whether you call them prayer vigils, they were happening. It's disappointing to me that, for example, the Philadelphia Inquirer, you're not going to see this, let's say, front and center, perhaps, but local media, to their credit, television news media and streaming media, they were covering some of the vigils. But thank you to those of you, and I was getting, like, I think I got 100 DMs and texts of people saying, Dawn, come to this one, come to this one. People were out and about last night. It was a beautiful night, an incredible sunset. We were actually yesterday was my son David's 19th birthday. Baby David turned 19. And so we were driving him back to the airport to make a late flight, incredible sunset, beautiful weather, and across our region and across the nation and at the Kennedy Center as well, where many from the Trump administration were paying tribute, beautiful tributes, prayerful tributes to Charlie Kirk. So we want to take you to some of these because they're not getting, I think, the props they deserve. I know that, and thank you to Scott Pressler, who showed up, and I think people in Montgomery County were thrilled that Scott was locally here in Montgomery County, was able to make it, I think, in the 8 o'clock hour. Like I say, I was still stuck in that traffic at the airport, and we didn't even get home until like 8:40 at night from the airport, dropping David off. Otherwise, I would have gone to the one in Monco. But we had him across the region from South Philadelphia to South Jersey, and then, like I say, in D.C. So Dan Borowski, our executive producer. Good morning, Dan.
Morning, Dawn.
So where do you want to begin? Because there is a ton, like I say, across the nation, across the region. We have it all.
Yeah, I think where we might want to start is, I hate to upend your order there,
Yes.
but it was amazing
Never.
what Caroline Levit had to say there at the JFK Memorial, and
Agreed.
maybe bring it nationally and kind of gives an overall sense of how I think most of us
Perfect.
was feeling over the weekend.
Here's Caroline Levit.
There you go.
When so many
eloquent.
influential voices in our society are brainwashing young people to abandon our faith, to stay single, not to have children, and to bash our country, Charlie Kirk offered us an alternative path. Charlie embraced our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and proclaimed the gospel boldly and proudly. Charlie preached a message of faith to all who would listen. He encouraged young people to get married and to have children. And as a young person who has done it, I encourage you to do that as well. It is the best thing in life. It is the ultimate legacy that we can leave and our most important mission on this earth. Charlie celebrated American exceptionalism, and as you heard from our great Speaker of the House, he firmly believed and he proclaimed that America is the greatest country in the history of the world.
And so this was so well taken, and what a beautiful message from Caroline Levit. Yes, 27 years young, and we got to know her during Trump Force 47. I mean, worked for the Trump campaign, somebody who's an old soul, well beyond her years, I think, of experience, but will go down in history as one of the most notable press secretaries. I'd put Dana Perino up there as well. I love Dana Perino, as you know. But in this one, this incredible tribute that was obviously, I don't want to say thrown together, but was last minute after the tragedy that struck. And this is the Trump force pace that we see this administration moving. These people work. To put this level of a tribute to Charlie Kirk together after his assassination on the 10th. And here this was last night, Sunday night. And then as well, it just shows you the grassroots nature of this. Like I say, I was getting DMs and texts from, literally I have at least 100 of them. And thank you to those of you who were letting me know. They're heartfelt. But these were tributes across the nation for those who could not get to the one in D.C. But if you saw the video, the people even standing in line outside the Kennedy Center, I mean, these were massive crowds of people saying, yes, we want to attend this event. And Charlie Kirk, he was not a political, quote unquote, personality. He's somebody that combines all of these things. Yes, a conservative. Yes, a Christian. And yes, I guess a media personality. I thought of him as an evangelist, but somebody who was gunned down, but certainly his voice not silenced. thanks to all of you. But at that Utah Valley University event, speaking at the event on campus during a beautiful Wednesday, and then died. He was rushed to that local hospital and then died there. And there was his widow, Erica Kirk. She gave her first statements, but we now know that his widow, his two young children, his little girl and boy, ages 3 and 1, rushing toward daddy. Mommy telling the children later, daddy's on a work trip with Jesus. I mean, just an eloquent young lady, a widow grieving, fast-paced developments. We now learn his parents were there as well, losing their son in such a violent way. The assassination, then the alleged killer identified as a 22-year-old Utah resident, Tyler Robinson. We have all of that fast-breaking information that continues to break this morning with his first court appearance tomorrow. Justice Department discussing the possibility of bringing these federal charges against the accused assassin, and he's being held on suspicion of these 3 state charges, including, of course, aggravated murder. Will he face the death penalty, which is carried there in Utah? So much, but I do want to continue, like Dan said, with where we were going with these. Dan, where do you want to go next?
Yeah, let's go to Pressler. We can hear from Pressler because my computer's not working too great right now. Here's
Scott. Okay, here's Scott in Montgomery.
Widows' cries will be heard globally as a battle cry. And I think at that moment, so many of us felt that. Charlie's assassination, all of us this last 5 days, we felt anger, heartbreak, rage, intense, even dare I say rampage. And watching the comments from these people online, it's so easy to look around and go, gosh, the world is filled with so much hate. But then I come here and I look around and I see all of you and I see love.
And you see there, let the video still go if you can just for a second there, because as Scott is speaking, he is surrounded by hundreds of people. They brought little white candles and you see people leaning down and lighting those candles. And I know there were Montgomery County individuals, people from across the region, family members, parents, grandparents, elected officials gathering for this candlelight vigil. And I think Scott Pressler putting that so appropriately. Think about his moniker, the persistence, persistence in making sure that we don't give up the fight. You think about the theme with Trump, fight, fight, fight. And Scott Pressler persistent in saying this is a battle cry, not of course for violence, the antithesis of that, but coming together and making sure that no one killer, no one group no one political group could ever silence the voice or the message, which was of love, which was for conservative values, family values, inclusion, and keeping up the conversation, but allowing a conversation and never to put down the individual, the person, but rather the policy. And see, that's where Charlie Kirk, now, this is from, I believe this is from South Jersey. And thank you to my friend Teresa, who, look at this, hundreds of people in South Jersey. Tears and prayers as people across South Jersey gathered. Amazing Grace, they sing. Now I see. Heads bowing, people praying, holding candles. And then every once in a while you see somebody, their candle's not yet lit. And much like that, the points of light, right? That they're spreading that flame and making sure that that flame that was lit by Charlie Kirk never can go out. An eternal flame, if you will, an eternal voice. But he was the eternal optimist. And that's what makes me saddest. Is that if you, and I know many of you, adored Charlie Kirk and believed in his message, which was inclusive, Did he say tough things? Sure. You know what else says tough things? The Bible, right? But he was saying, let's have the conversation. Let's talk, if you will. And let's invite all sides of that conversation, because he knew if we have the conversation rather than what our recent president, former President Biden did right here in Philadelphia, Darth Biden, I call it. Or do you remember that? Of course you do. When he talked about those MAGA Republicans. You see, when someone knows they're losing on the policies, they're losing on the issues, they lose on the debate, what do? They call you names. They say, you horrible MAGA, you deplorables, because they didn't have a good argument. They lost all the debates. And so what did they do? They did what a bully does. They throw sticks and stones. They throw the names. That's what they did. Charlie Kirk called them out. He didn't hate gay people. He didn't hate trans people. He didn't hate anybody. In fact, quite the opposite. He loved the conversation. Let's talk about it. That was what he said over and over and over. Yeah, he was an amazing debater. Remember the South Park thing, the quote unquote master debater, which he laughed out loud at. He published that and laughed at himself. And so that's the real tragedy here, is those people who were blinded by their hatred, unfortunately trying to snuff him out. No, you never will. So thank you to all of you, really thousands across our region and millions across America. Whether you gathered in D.C. or in your own local community, let's make sure that we keep that flame lit well. But you know what that takes? That takes all of us standing at attention, right? You cannot let that light go out. We have to be standing at attention. We have to be paying attention. And so this morning, we'll talk to many of you and hear from you, 855-839-1210. We're going to invite, actually, Greg Rothman will be here. Some of you from Montgomery County will be here to condemn the hateful speak that has been going out, including from elected officials, one who's up for re-election coming up in November. We'll have the conversation. Keep it going. I'm Dawn Stensland. Our executive producer, Dan Borowski's in the house. Jimmy Kelly's here at Dawn Stensland. Hit me up on X and wherever else. I'm all over social media. We'll continue the conversation and keep that flame going. Yeah, in the name of one great, iconic American, Charlie Kirk. Be right back.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
It's time to fall into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 34% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packagin to your cat's food daily. Packagin.com. Pacagen.com.
I'm Kristen Press.
And I'm Tobin Heath.
We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
As we continue the conversation.
Whew, it's a busy day today.
Is that you on the keyboard?
No. It's Michael's affair. We play a lot of their stuff. They're a really good kind of new jazzy band. We're pursuing, I hate to bring this on air, but
that's okay.
We've been pursuing Doherty, the opponent for a person we've been talking about all morning. But just in your ear, I want to put, we will be likely having Nascimento, the Montgomery County Republican Committee head, coming
Christian
up at the 11 o'clock hour.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. And then when is Greg Rothman?
Rothman's coming up at 10:30.
10:30, so I have to state a time.
Yeah.
So, and we'll get his reaction as well. Greg Rothman, obviously, we're heavy on reaction, and it's important to get the reaction from everybody. Get everybody on record, and I would invite all of our local Democrat leaders and elected officials. I know that originally Governor Shapiro had condemned all sources of violence and violent acts, but I do wonder if Governor Shapiro will as well condemn this one in particular. So we'll get into that when we've been talking about it this morning. As far as the latest on, do you want me to do the update here, Dan? Sure. We've been updating. So I go back and forth because, look, locally, these incredible candlelight vigils, I mean, something is happening. There's something in the air, if you will, with people coming together and realizing what's at stake as far as this hatred of conservatives. And there's a piece of this that has to do with faith-based. We saw on college campuses, for example, and this was the anti-Semitism against, in particular, American Jews who are college kids. And we saw that across the nation. And thank goodness it was less here in Pennsylvania, but it happened. And we saw those protests and the intimidation. It happened at the high school level as well. We still have that lawsuit that's been going on in Bucks County, for example. And so we saw that the hatred that was seemingly allowed on, college campuses, school campuses across the nation. Now we are also seeing it involving Christians. And so there's that piece of it as well. As far as the latest on the killer of Charlie Kirk, so the day after Charlie Kirk was murdered, was assassinated, we know that an acquaintance of Tyler Robinson's, who is the accused killer, he's in custody right now, already charged with state charges. We'll hear more about the federal charges he faces. But now his social media is coming up. The FBI just releasing more of this as far as Robinson's posing a question in a group chat. And this was on Discord, where apparently he thought, that this is anonymous, or that the images that you post are going to disappear. Well, not so much. And so the FBI releasing some of that, but Robinson with his username tagged on Discord, messaging on the platform there, and putting this up. Where are you at? With a skull emoji, suggesting that Robinson, 22 years old, looked like the man being sought. Robinson replies, and all this is laughing. I guess I must be his doppelganger, he wrote, and he was trying to get me in trouble. And then it said, Tyler killed Charlie. This was the back and forth. They're joking about this. Oh my gosh. Tyler killed Charlie, and that they looked alike. And then one of the people in his group suggesting, I'll get a piece of that $100,000 reward offered by the FBI. And then he replies, only if I get a cut of it. So this was the back and forth that they're kidding about this within less than 24 hours. No doubt the feds are looking at what he's joking about and what he knew or was referring to even before some things were released. That's another piece of it, because he refers to the etchings that were on the bullet casings and the bullets. So was he careful to not reveal things, or was he revealing things that might not have yet been known publicly or reported in the media? And see, that's why, remember when I told you this early on, and then even Dan and I were having the conversation amongst ourselves and even on air, as we sometimes do. So when law enforcement says to me, Dawn, please don't release something about the etchings that were on the bullets, that's why I don't. That's why Dan doesn't, okay? Because sometimes they are looking at conversations between a suspect and his friends on social media, and that suspect may show his or her hand, and that's prior to things being released. That's why that's important. That's why I listened. That's why Dan and I did not release it or reveal it openly and publicly. And that's why the whole conversation of race, sometimes people want to be first. They want to put, we've got the etchings. And later it was fascist. There were some homophobic kind of language things. It's not important to be first, right? I don't ever want to be that individual, nor does Dan Borowski. We never want to be that person who reveals something, but then hurt a major investigation to catch an accused killer, right? I have to break because we're going to get to Greg Rothman coming right around the corner. It's an action-packed show for you. The Dawn Show continues right after this.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-4067 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
Hugh Douglas here, and everybody knows my favorite whiskey is Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, especially the new Jack Daniel's Blackberry. Well, you can join me this Saturday for Jack Daniel's tasting and bottle signing at Fine Wine and Good Spirits in Lansdale and Ralph's Corner Shopping Center from 2 to 4. Sample the new Jack Daniel's Blackberry. That's my new favorite go-to drink at the tailgate. And from 4 to 6, I'll be there signing Jack Daniel's bottles for those who want to purchase, taking pics, and talking birds. Go to 94WIP.com for more info. Celebrate responsibly.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I feel like I have to start out. By saying that my next guest is not a career politician. In fact, I think that's the last thing he would define himself as. He's somebody who, in fact, served our country as a United States Marine Staff Sergeant, Gulf War, and incredible service to our nation. Wow, a father of 5 children. We want to welcome in also somebody who believes in serving our nation and being part of the business community as a realtor, Greg Rothman, Pennsylvania State Senator, but as well heads up the Pennsylvania GOP. So good morning, Lieutenant. Should I say Staff Sergeant?
Staff Sergeant. You can call me Greg. I have a lot of titles. I only make my children call me Senator.
That was my next question.
Yeah. No. Call me Greg. I get to serve in the Pennsylvania Senate, but I believe that America's system of government of, for, and by the people, like we need regular citizens to serve, and that's what I've always done. So I'm just Greg. So, but thank you for having me too.
Absolutely, and I know that you were putting out on social media. In fact, you were in the, I believe, Pittsburgh area, and you were asked to speak at one of the many candlelight vigils and prayer vigils that we've seen across the entire nation, including this area. And we were playing some of them earlier. But what did that mean to you? And we're showing an image, just so you know, Greg, of, you were there in, it was Pittsburgh. Can you tell us what happened at this event? And
yeah, it was a Pitt College Republicans, Duquesne, and Carnegie Mellon University, the 3 college Republican groups on campuses came together for a vigil for Charlie Kirk. I told him I met Charlie Kirk when he was their age. He was 18 years old when I first met him back in 2012. And we had a lot of mutual friends. He spoke to that generation because I think they were starving for what he had, which was to tell the truth about our country, the truth about our founding principles, the truth about his faith. And that generation, they ate it up. And I think he was killed because he was effective. And the same reason other martyrs have been killed throughout, our history and world history. The ones who make men stumble, the ones that really offend, they're offending evil. And that's why I think Charlie Kirk was killed. It's amazing to me that there aren't more people saying why did this man, the accused killer, why was he radicalized? Why, what we're all saying, we're condemning political violence. And I appreciate Governor Shapiro and Senator Fetterman and even my counterpart, Eugene DePasquale's response to the killing of Charlie Kirk. They've all had the appropriate response. But the next step is to say, why is this happening? And certainly, as horrific as the assassination was, I am saddened by so many people's response who were almost seem happy that he was killed. Or, if you begin a post with, well, I condemn political violence, but karma, or but he had it coming, or that's sad. That's not America. And I condemn that too. And I think all political leaders and all of us as Americans need to say, there's no buts. We don't allow buts.
Well, and to your point, there was one that happened. By the way, there were, like I say, whether it was D.C. at the Kennedy Center with that incredible tribute to Charlie Kirk, but as well these candlelight vigils all weekend, but specifically last night, I know there were 3 different vigils in Montgomery County, which is why I think a lot of people were horrified to see the social media post by this Ambler tax collector who's also a leader in Montgomery County, overseeing Ambler, Lower Gwinnett, Whitpain. And although you're right, and I did quote Governor Shapiro, and I'm thankful that he condemned, as an umbrella, let's say, all political violence, but those who've reached out to Montgomery County Democrats and those officials, they're saying, well, people like this woman who's identified as Jennifer Stomsky, who's the elected official who's up for re-election there, they're saying, well, she deserves free speech. Her statement, I don't know if you saw this, which
I did.
You know, for her to say this, and it's a long thought out, couple of paragraphs long, talking about, well, history is bloody. It's an angry comment. And then even doubles down on a statement about we need more martyrs. Wow. This is a shocking statement that I don't believe somebody, I would be fired. God forbid I would make that statement about anybody.
Well, you wouldn't.
No, I sure wouldn't.
You wouldn't. And yeah, I read it. Her name is Jennifer Stomsky. She's an elected, she's a member of the Montgomery County Democratic Committee. I would hope that the majority leader in the House from Montgomery County, Matt Bradford, would call for her resignation. I mean, she needs help. She actually needs help. It's a mental illness that she would want political violence. And look, I think the First Amendment is sacred, and you should be able to say opinions, but we have a couple exceptions, and one of them is to incite violence. And clearly what's going on is that people are being incited to violence, and from the other side, by the way. I mean, let's be clear about that. And whether it's a speaker of the Minnesota House, I mean, she was killed by someone from the left. The firebombing of the governor's mansion, which was horrific, and I condemned. The guy made a comment about free Palestine and you know, the Israel before he when he was turned himself in. I mean, a lot of this is coming from the left, and look at the reaction to Charlie's murder. We didn't have college students and people rioting and starting fires and, you know, sort of the George Floyd Black Lives Matter response. You had prayer vigils, and so I don't buy this moral equivalence that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party both have their problems. I don't buy that. Look at the response, the majority of the response. And here we have an elected official in Ambler, in your area in Montgomery County, who says, let's make more martyrs. And that is a call for violence. And she actually should be investigated. I would hope that the Attorney General or the U.S. Attorney and Justice Department will look into it, because that is inciting violence.
Yeah, it's a shocking statement. I know people were, I can't even tell you how many DMs and texts I was getting from people. I have a lot of family and friends in Montgomery County, just outside of Philadelphia. So we'll continue to follow that one. Certainly won't let it go. But as we think about, you know, your dad of 5 kids, and we think about education, some of this came from education, not just higher education. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was answering a need within college campuses. I think conservatives, I always say, come out of the closet. And Greg, just so you, full disclosure, I was one of those people. I worked in television news in this area, nationally, across the nation. I was that closet conservative. I felt like I should never show my politics, whatever it is, because that was unprofessional. But I got to tell you, I was one of the few people in the newsroom who did not show my politics because I was a conservative. So, you know, with that regard, though, in education, and I think this trickles down, we've seen it, high schools, especially middle schools. So how do we keep this indoctrination out of our schools?
Yeah, we've bought the lie. There's 2 things. There's a lie that says, you know, if you're a Christian or a Judeo-Christian values, keep them to yourselves. If you're a conservative, you know, keep quiet. And it's also, I mean, what happened to Charlie is also terrorism, and the purpose of terrorism. You think about, the Ku Klux Klan burning crosses, or not just the persecution of blacks, but the number of whites who were killed going to the South to try to register votes. It's about intimidation, and what they want to do is they want to intimidate you to hide and to keep your opinions. These are bullies, but they're also terrorists. And our response to that has to be to stand up. I mean, I think it's clear in every poll I've seen that the majority of Americans are right to center, and the majority of Pennsylvanians. I mean, look, we won every single statewide election in 2024 in Pennsylvania. Republicans won. So Donald Trump won Pennsylvania. He's won it twice now. So someone like the Ambler tax collector really is in the very small radical minority, and we can't allow them to monopolize the debate and the discussion. We need to condemn her. She needs to resign. She needs to be investigated. If she's trying to incite violence, and she should be put in prison.
Amen. So moving forward, here we are, tick-tock. We're still without the Pennsylvania budget. I keep hearing that everything is close. It's close. It's close. What's going on with Pennsylvania's budget? And then think about education. I still think about Governor Shapiro and his promise that we would have school choice. Remember that when he even went on Fox News, for crying out loud, and made those promises. Where are we?
Remember his quote on Fox News was, "Every child of God deserves a shot." Yeah. That's why I support school choice. And then he vetoed it in the first budget. The Senate Republicans passed a budget about a month ago now. It wasn't exactly what the Democrats wanted, but it was a fiscally responsible budget. The Democratic House members didn't even bring in the entire House. They just simply had called a meeting of the Appropriations Committee to vote it down. We need to get the budget done. We have a constitutional responsibility to do it. I think Governor Shapiro should bring the leaders in, and he needs to exercise his own leadership with his own party. I mean, the Republicans keep putting up proposals. In fact, we did one on SEPTA in order to bail out SEPTA, and all the Democrats voted against it and said they can't do it. And voila, 3 weeks later, they say, "Oh yes, so we're actually going to do what the Republicans propose." So kudos to Senator Joe Picozzi and Senator Frank Ferry and Senator Tracy Pennycook, who fought for their region in SEPTA and came up with an idea that was fiscally responsible. So it's time for the House Democrats to recognize that they're not going to bully the Senate Republicans into voting for a budget that is between $5 and $7 billion below what's coming in. I mean, that's an irresponsible budget. We don't do that, and it's not fair to the taxpayers of Pennsylvania for us to spend more money than comes in. I think everyone can understand that, except for House Democrats. They don't seem to get that.
And how is that? You think about our revenue sources, the fact that we and President Trump, every time he's in Pennsylvania, reminds us how, because of fracking, because we are so rich, so energy rich with all the jobs and all of that. So how does that impact as far as the tax base and the future for Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we have an incredible opportunity. I was just out in Pittsburgh with the AI conference and AI Horizons. And a month ago, 6 weeks ago, Dave McCormick brought President Trump and leaders from both technology and energy to Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania is sitting, I think, the second largest reserve of natural gas. It's clean, it's abundant. We should be tapping into that. And we export energy and we export electricity out of our great Commonwealth. We should keep it here. We should bring back manufacturing. We're starting to see even pharmaceutical companies come back to Pennsylvania, or come back to the United States, and they should be coming to Pennsylvania. We're going to make steel in Pennsylvania again with the great U.S. Steel Nippon deal that President Trump orchestrated. And the reality is that we need to grow our way and change the demographics of the state to get young people coming back here. Pennsylvania spends 42% of its budget on entitlements. We're the most generous state in the entire country. I mean, more than blue states like New Jersey or Massachusetts. We give more of our budget away. And that's not, while being charitable is nice, being charitable with someone else's money, I don't think it amounts the same. So, we need to look at our budget, and we need to be encouraging energy production and data centers, and we create all this electricity. Let's keep it here in Pennsylvania, and let's start making things in Pennsylvania. The number one reason why young people will stay in Pennsylvania and come back to Pennsylvania is jobs. And we need to be the state that creates the jobs. And look, I know Governor Shapiro wants to beat Ohio. I know how competitive he is, but he also has very little understanding about how capital works and how business works. But he is doing things like speeding up permits and getting rid of regulation and getting rid of the net operating loss tax penalty. And we need to cut tax rates too. What we don't need to do is to spend more money than we bring in. That sends a bad message to businesses and job creators. They don't want to come to a state with that type of fiscal irresponsibility.
And so what's the timeline? Do you have a timeline? Because every week I'm reporting, they say it's close. They say it's close.
I can tell you just, that this is inside information because I'm a member of the Republican caucus, but I think there have been a couple times where our leadership walked out of meetings with the governor thinking that there was a deal, that we had compromised with the governor, come up with a budget deal with the governor, and then it went to the House Democrats, and they blew it up, including as recently as last week. I thought we were going to be in today to get a deal done. So I think you're seeing that the Democratic House caucus is far more radical than it's ever been. And so, they won't accept anything short of, having all the policy and the fiscal irresponsibility. And meanwhile, you have Republicans in the Senate who believe that, we have an obligation to only vote for a balanced budget, that we can't spend more money than we bring in.
And so when published reports say that Pennsylvania's Senate adjourned without a day scheduled until, I think it's October 20th, the truth is...
we're on 24-hour callback. And look, I'm only a couple miles from the Capitol. I live 8 miles from the Capitol, but we're committed to getting. I know our leadership is to getting a budget done, but it has to be responsible. There's no benefit in passing a budget on time, quick, that also puts us in a budget hole that I think by one calculation, by the time Josh Shapiro would be being sworn in as the next president of the United States, his goal, not mine, we would be $20 billion in the hole. And meanwhile, he's in Washington, D.C., and we're stuck here. So, we've got a lot to do to point out the differences. We need to win back the House of Representatives for Republicans, and if we do, we would have responsible budgets.
So how do you do that then? You're the head of Pennsylvania's GOP. What's the philosophy, and what has changed with you?
So I was in the House when the maps were drawn. Joanna McClinton, who is now the Speaker of the House, said that the Democratic majority goes through gerrymandering is the key to the redistricting map. Gerrymandering is the key. And what happened was the Supreme Court put the fifth member of the commission on, and they gerrymandered a seat. My House seat, which was in a suburban Republican area in Cumberland County, got put into 5 different seats, including crossing the Susquehanna River, which is a mile wide, into the city of Harrisburg. So from rural East Pennsboro into the city of Harrisburg. It was totally gerrymandered. And that Supreme Court, there are 3 members of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court that are up for retention votes in this November. And we have an opportunity to say no to these radical judges who are activists, who legislate. They literally gerrymandered the Democrats into the majority. They also wreaked havoc on the COVID initiatives and threw out voter ID. They kicked the Green Party candidate off the ballot. But most of all, they believe that they have the right to legislate from the bench, and we know better. And so we're urging every voter in Pennsylvania who respects the three branches of government to vote no, no, no to the Supreme Court justice. It's a 10-year term they're going to get in, a 10-year extension. Like, I don't think anybody deserves a 10-year contract. Maybe Saquon Barkley.
Good one. Listen, I'm looking at your, PAGOP website. Anybody who wants to know more, pagop.org. But it says on the docket, September 20th. I know there's a fundraiser.
Yeah.
But what's going on that day?
We're having our annual, we have a fall meeting, September 19th and 20th in State College. We have, it began with Senator McCormick 2 years ago. We had an early endorsement for our candidate. We thought that the Republican Party thought that Senator McCormick needed all the help he could get to knock off Bob Casey, which was a huge upset. And Senator McCormick worked really hard, but he had an extra 6 months where we were united and working together in order to defeat a popular incumbent Democrat. So we believe the same thing is going to happen for governor, that Josh Shapiro, who I think we will beat, but certainly conventional wisdom is that he has a head start. He has a lot of money. He has a lot of popularity. He has 28 people working on his official staff doing comms and communication and public relations, that we thought it was important that we pick a candidate early, which will be September 20th, to endorse that candidate and to unite the party around that candidate so we can beat Josh Shapiro. So we've had a series of caucuses the last 6 weeks, regional caucuses, and our statewide treasurer, Stacey Garrity, has received nearly unanimous endorsement. I think out of the 300 plus votes we cast, only 2 didn't vote to endorse her. And by the way, I think those people just don't think we should endorse anybody. But Treasurer Garrity got more votes in the 2024 election than any human being has ever gotten in the history of Pennsylvania. That's more than Josh Shapiro. It
might have been more than Trump.
More than Trump. Yeah, she got more than Trump. So she can win, and she's been a great treasurer. She had a successful career in business, had a meritorious career in the military. Was a colonel in the Army.
Angel of the Desert.
Yeah, right. And she has a great story to tell. And how great! I have 4. You mentioned I have 5 kids. I have 4 daughters. How great would it be to have the first female governor of Pennsylvania in our history? Yeah. And she's tough. I mean, she is absolutely solid. So I believe we're going to endorse her on Saturday as a party in State College, and then unite behind her. And Josh Shapiro spends a lot of time thinking about Pennsylvania Avenue instead of Pennsylvania, and he's going to find that Pennsylvania voters have a history of upsets, whether it was Harris Wofford beating Dick Thornburg, or Rick Santorum beating Harris Wofford, or for that matter, Stacey Garrity winning her first treasurer's race, or John Fetterman becoming a senator. We do. And look, I think that Dave McCormick's beating Bob Casey is a bigger upset, was a tougher mountain to climb than Stacey Garrity beating Josh Shapiro in November of 2026. So where our voter registration numbers are incredible. They're about to come out today. I just saw them. We used to be 1.2 million more Democrats than Republicans. We're less than 170,000 more Democrats than Republicans right now. And I believe by January of 26, there'll be more Republicans registered to vote than Democrats. So that's what I'm asking people to get out and register to vote. Get your friends and family to register to vote. Register to the Republican Party. Sign up. Get involved. Do it as a tribute to Charlie Kirk. Do it because you believe that the First Amendment matters. Do it because you love this country and want to support President Trump, who's doing an incredible job. I mean, just what he's done so far in the first 7 months has been incredible, and it makes a difference. And I appreciate what you're doing.
Well, thank you. That's when I think about Charlie Kirk, and over the last, I think we all just cried the afternoon of September 10th. But I think I just keep saying this, and I saw it over the weekend, and just the number of people reaching out and saying, we got to do something. We've got to get involved, meaning what you're saying, to do things the right way, the American way, which is nonviolent protest. But it's like something's happening here, that people are saying, all right, let's move this forward and take back our country. And as well, Greg Rothman, I feel like people also want to restore the trust in our institutions and make things right.
Yeah, it's a turning point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ironic as that is, it's a turning point. And I heard a great quote the other day. Someone said, when a tyrant is killed, their rule ends. But when a martyr is killed, that's when their rule begins. And so I would love to see, Charlie Kirk's memory go on for the next 50 years. Charlie and I had a mutual friend who died at 81, and we were together at his funeral. I guess it was a few years ago, and Charlie's parents were there. And I was thinking about him and thinking, Charlie could have lived another 50 years. Like, what could he accomplish in the next 50 years? But I don't think him being here on Earth will limit the effect he's going to have. And in many sense, if you look at martyrs like Lincoln and JFK, for that matter, their influence goes on long after they're dead because of the way they died. And so, as horrific and sad as it is, and my prayers for Charlie's wife, Erica, and their two little sweet kids. I know he will have not died in vain if we continue to move forward and save this country and save that generation like Charlie wanted to do.
Beautifully said. Pennsylvania State Senator Greg Rothman. I hope you come back. I hope we continue the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dawn. You have a great day.
Oh, you too. It's great stuff. And he's exactly right. I think it's time that we all get involved and stay involved. Make sure that those candles stay lit, because we don't want that bright light. As far as Charlie Kirk, I did love that statement when we learned that Erica, his widow, and we'll play that as well. She just spoke out for the first time. There's so much today to go over. So much has happened. But I think more importantly, what happened? You happened. I think all of us were awakened to say, I personally need to do more. And this is how important it is. And then unfortunately, and think about how gracious Pennsylvania State Senator Greg Rothman was just now to say that fortunately, this individual who just said ugly, horrible things on social media, and he graciously and generously said of his fellow his opponents, Democrats, well, she's in the minority, that most people don't feel like that. It's a beautiful thing to say, is it not? That most of us can have a conversation. At the same time, we need to root out those individuals when they're elected officials to say those things. And then just imagine, God forbid, that somebody on the other side, let's flip it. Can you imagine if a local Republican had said such things? Oh my goodness. It would be the lead story, be everywhere in media, social media, nationally and locally. And so is it that we're not the drama queens? We're not like Dem drama queens or kings, if you will. Maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know. 855-839-1210. We'll continue the conversation and we'll do a reset at the top of the hour. It is the top of the hour, Dan. I apologize. We're over. Oh, spanking machine for me. So do I have to take a quick break?
We got to take a long
We have to take a break. Be right back.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
The Eagles didn't dominate the Kansas City Chiefs this time. What they did was battle. Chiefs were driving down near the goal line. It looked like that lead was going to change hands. But an attempted pass by Patrick Mahomes, it was intercepted by rookie safety Andrew Makuba and returned to midfield. The Eagles marched down and held on to beat the Chiefs 20-17. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Whether it's midfield or in the red zone, our hometown team can handle anything thrown their way. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and support the team's dedication to smart, tested tactics. Being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. And just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there is a lot on the line. Having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex4U.com.
The Drive into Fall sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, you can get an ultra-low payment lease on a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe. Only $349 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2024 Dodge Hornet RT and lease for just $179 a month for 24 months. But hurry in, these offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Fantasia Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, so we'll get to the story, but we're trying to get a hold of, I don't have a good number for Bernadette Doherty, who is said to be a qualified former tax collector, good reputation, small business owner, community booster in Montgomery County. And Bernadette Doherty is the one I would like to talk to. So if anybody knows her, because I've tried everywhere, we tried everywhere. I want to hear from Bernadette, not anybody else. But I want to hear her reaction to her opponent for this November. And this is one, Jennifer Stomsky, who is not just the tax collector in Ambler, Pennsylvania, but also first elected in 2017, municipal leader, not just in Ambler, but she's the area vice chair of Area 14. That's Ambler, Lower Gwynedd, Whitpain, within Montgomery County. And she's part of the committee. Now, you just heard Greg Rothman saying, our Pennsylvania state senator and head of GOP, he's calling on Matt Bradford in particular. Matt, what do you say to this? Are you calling for this individual to now step down? Stomsky is currently trying to get reelected in Montgomery County, one of the leaders within the Democratic Party there, and wants you to reelect her. Will you reelect for this reelect this individual? Here's the statement. Quote, and this is 10:05 p.m., the evening of the assassination of a 31-year-old young man with his wife and 2 young kids and his parents right there at the event, witnessing it, widely reported. And assassinated before all of us. Horrifying situation, no matter what your politics are. And she writes, quote, "Hey, Democrats, get a," and by the way, I can't even read it because the whole thing is, the F word and this and that. "Get a blanking effing spine. You want to know why we," meaning Democrats, "are in the position we're in? Because Democrats are weak. Because you are bringing fluffy down-filled pillows to a mother effing machine gun fight. I'm so tired of being told violence is not the answer. I'm so tired of hearing we have to be better than the other side. You cry because nothing effing changes, but nothing changes because you don't change it. History is not filled with feel-good stories about how taking the higher ground and stern negotiations brought about change. History," she writes, this is Jennifer Wexler-Stomsky, her own account, which all this has been taken down now, but obviously we keep the receipts. "History is filled with," are you ready for this? "History is filled with blood. So stop being so effing righteous and so effing squeamish and climb out of the effing pot before it boils you." And then, by the way, repost a comment in a section of her post, quote, "Let's make some more martyrs." Wow. This is her response within a stream of social media about the martyrdom, if you will, the killing, the execution-style killing in front of his family and his little kids of Charlie Kirk. And the fact that this isn't a bigger story, and I'm just going to say this, the one thing Democrats are really good at is being loud and getting free advertisement from the so-called mainstream media all over the place. And so you can only imagine this would be Today's Show, this would be all over the local media, this would be everywhere. And certainly locally, this would be widely condemned. So Matt Bradford, we want to hear from you. We want to hear specifically what you have to say about this individual who, yes, came out and said, "I'm sorry." But this is not just a Frisbee comment. This was not just a one-liner. This was, I read you that statement. This is somebody who's saying this and advocating for this, and it's not okay, and it's not good. And this is somebody in Montgomery County who is up for re-election. Tell me what you said again, Dan.
You got to call her Eric in Haddonfield if you want.
Eric in Haddonfield. So with this, I am saying that unless this person resigns and somebody else runs, I just want to know, what is Matt Bradford, who we always hear from when it's from the other side, or we always hear from if it's with his base. But what now? Eric, you say what? Hey, Eric.
Hi. Yeah, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to carry on the important work that Charlie's been doing. I think one of the most important things I'd like to see is many times he called for the release of the Epstein files. So I see no better way to honor Charlie's memory than to have Cash Patel and Dan Bongino immediately release the Epstein files so we can all see that Donnie's actually a pedo.
All right. What do you say? So listen, let me just ask you.
Just call under your regular name.
Yeah. What do you say to somebody who says that we need more martyrdom, quote unquote? That was the question I put forth. And see, here's the important piece.
Question. That's horrible.
Here's the important piece of all of this is that what happens is when we're having a conversation, and I believe in the conversation, as more than anybody else, I will say, I welcome in these calls. People say, "Why do you take these calls, Dawn? Why do you leave the person on?" Because I am somebody who has said for years, let's have the conversation. So when I say, what about this individual? Should this person step down? Should this person explain this? Should others widely condemn it? And you come on and talk about a different issue, which I also have addressed, if you knew me, because my whole thing in my life and in my career is expose every pedophile. I don't care who and where they are, expose them. I have done more than anybody, I will say more than anybody on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dan Borowski, how often do I talk
all
about
time.
this? They get sick of me talking about it and Dan not so much, but the rest, we love Dan. But I mean, last week we had a long time, highly respected by both sides of the aisle, woman, right, who came on and talked about her advocacy for catching all of these predators. And by the way, not just the predators, but those who are the so-called the customers, the demand sign, which makes me nauseous. And so, honest to God, I don't care who it is with all this human trafficking, child trafficking, sex trafficking. I want every one of them behind bars, every single one of them. I don't care who they are. And you know that about me. So that was the wrong call for this show. I would say, if you don't think that I'm going to go off on that, yes.
Also, I just mean, this guy just made the entire point we've been making for the past 5 days. Like we're preaching togetherness,
right?
And he calls Trump a pedo.
Right.
You know, it's and under a false name because he's a coward.
Yeah. And by the way, what you have to know about me and us, I don't use your real name. I'll still take the call.
Sure.
I'll still entertain
We'd
it.
love to make you a regular caller. Jimmy Matthews is he's on the other side. He's one of our favorites. You kidding me?
Because and the truth is, with Jimmy, who we love Jimmy. We welcome him. He goes to our events now.
Right up.
Right?
The art museum.
Chris Matthews' nephew ran up. The art museum steps.
I'd have a beer with him. You know, it's.
Thank you.
He's
That
a
you're
great
right.
individual.
You don't have to use a fake name. That's just it. We're not. I guess the other side.
You know what, Dawn? He can use a fake name. Just use the same fake name and stop trying to dupe the damn call screeners.
Yeah. Okay. But in any event, it's just a shame. And to talk about, and by the way, with the Epstein files, that was something that I've repeatedly said with Epstein, he should have been behind bars, never should have been allowed to cut that sweetheart deal, whatever happened, which was during the Bush administration, as I've said. And then crossed over into the next administration, which was the Obama administration. But President Trump, you heard on the steps of the Capitol, you heard the attorney, the longtime attorney, who I believe was also interviewed in at least one of the documentaries done on the young victims, as young as 10, 11 years old. The attorney speaking out and saying Trump was one of the people, just before he was president, had said, tell me how I can help you. Then even when he became president in 2016, let me help you with this. So President Trump has been supportive in getting out the word of this, cracking down on this, revealing everything. So that's not, in all honesty, that's not the issue here. That's not what's going on. So, but you see what happens here? When there's a talking point that the other side thinks they're not winning the argument, what do?
Yep.
Well, let's pivot to something else and change the topic. And I've talked about that topic. You know this. Dan's sick of me talking about that topic. Trust me, I've talked about it. You know. But right now, let's talk about this and let's root this out. I think part of what I'm trying to say here is, if we don't root this out, if we allow this kind of thing to fester, these statements by this individual Stomsky, who she did apologize, that's true, but it's not enough to just go, oh, sorry, after you said such things in such great length and detail. And so we have to say zero tolerance for it. As far as the shooter who did this, I'm not okay with saying, well, he was in a relationship with allegedly, and it was confirmed by multiple people. Well, he was gay. His lover was trans. That's not enough for me. That's not the reason for this. There are a whole lot of people. I have my across the street neighbors and my next door neighbors. So 2 ladies married. They're lovely. 2 across the street neighbors. 2 guys.
No.
They're fabulous.
What a horrible situation.
Right. So that's just silly.
Seriously, come on.
To suggest that same gender individuals are somehow, oh, well, that explains it. No. Explains nothing. Nothing. There's a mental health crisis, true, but there's something more to this. And there are common denominators in many of these shootings that we're seeing. We need to get to the bottom of it. Yes, we need justice, but we also have to stop allowing these dopey blunt force alleged motives to get in the way of the truth. Let's get to the truth. Let's have the tough conversations. What did Charlie Kirk, what was the famous piece that he always said? If you know him, if you go to his events, if you watch his podcast, which, by the way, JD Vance coming up at noon is actually hosting or co-hosting Charlie Kirk's podcast today because they were dear friends. So that should be interesting. What was Charlie Kirk's, what was one of the things he said over and over? Have the uncomfortable conversations. You remember that, Dan? He would say it not only in politics to have the uncomfortable conversations, but he even suggested in your own relationships. He had this one thing that he would say on college campuses because he was young, right? He would say, hey, if you are in a relationship, go on a long road trip with somebody you're dating and you think, hey, I want to marry this person. Go on a road trip with that person where you're in the car. And now you have to have that uncomfortable and bring up some uncomfortable topics. See what happens. That was Charlie. Isn't that great advice? Did you ever do that with Maisie?
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
What was your most uncomfortable now I'm putting him in an uncomfortable spot. What was your uncomfortable conversation? What would be a topic?
You wanted to hand the hard truth?
Yeah.
Abortion?
Okay, that's an uncomfortable. Okay, for some people, that's very uncomfortable. Which I always go, plan B. They're not doing. The truth is, plan B antiquates that conversation moving forward, by the way. Because I can tell you right now, the high school kids and the college kids, they're just doing plan D. Plan B. You have, God forbid, something that's unexpected relations and even married people, it's plan B because it makes you get your period and then there's no abortion, there's no uncomfortable conversation. So that's why Democrats need something else because that whole abortion's going away. It's antiquated as we speak. People, I would say, over college age don't even realize it. That's why. They need something new.
Yeah.
So, but that's, so.
No, but to your point, I mean, we had the conversation, and while we generally agree mostly on the topic, but there are slight differences, and it was then that you noticed that even through slight differences, we love each other very, very deeply, and we came to a common ground, and that's what debate should be, as you stated through the segment.
Yes. And think about, by the way, I have to say this because I love when I'm right, which my husband, Larry Menti, would tell you all the time, like, oh, geez, there she goes. So Taylor Swift, when she got engaged, right, to the lesser Kelsey brother, I can say lesser, right, but he's cute and they're adorable together, whatever. I'm happy for them. But I said, what did I say from day one? She wants to have a baby. She's in her mid-30s, and somebody told her, because she probably believed the narrative, have your career, be successful, become a billionaire, which she did all the above. And then somebody said, oh, yeah, do you realize you're 35 now? And, yeah, 35, TikTok, you'll have 20% or less chance of having a baby. What was we now find out, what does she want from Mr. Kelsey, the lesser brother? What came out? That the first thing, like one of the reasons they want to get married right away, she wants to have a baby like immediately.
Yeah.
Like yesterday. How about that? Is that going to change the narrative nationally? Can you only imagine? So it's not just Caroline Levit. It's not Charlie Kirk, who, by the way, within 24 hours of him writing that in USA Today, he was assassinated. But now it's going to be Taylor Swift, Tay-Tay, having a baby. Woohoo!
The left hates her right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's bad. They memed the crap out of her using the little. You saw how she came into the stadium with there was a blocker. Did you guys play that video this morning?
No.
Oh, they actually, when she came into the Chiefs Stadium yesterday, she had an assistant come and unfurl a wall that she would walk behind because she didn't want to be photographed coming into the stadium, and that made its rounds around left Twitter and Blue Sky and Reddit, and they're all just using this as further evidence that, oh, look at Taylor, she now hangs out with that horrible Brittany Mahomes who's pro-Trump and all these pro-Trumpers, and it's Travis Kelce has a bad influence on her and blah, blah, blah.
Wow. Is she pregnant?
Oh.
Why does she want to? Yeah, look.
That's a great...
Oh, well, that's a woman. A woman would think of that right away. Because why wouldn't she want to be shown full body? Because she had no problem being shown at the game, which we beat them. Third time, three-peat.
I sincerely had not had that thought even cross my mind. So, I'm sorry to keep delaying here, but in about 15 seconds, I'll have that up there on the YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications to see this video.
She arrived behind a screen, can't be seen at Travis Kelce's Chiefs game. Is she, because maybe when she said she wants to get busy, Maybe they already got busy. Maybe she's having her baby.
And
maybe that's why they're freaking out.
Yep, you see, they're walking with the big.
So what's she hiding? Don't hide that bump.
That's a good question.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Look, I think they're adorable together, and I think that if she's pregnant, God bless her. Yeah. I'm so happy for her.
Good for her, but sadly, it's weirdly anti-left to be a pregnant woman.
And be married and be traditional?
Married, traditional.
Think about that,
actual,
though.
Family. And
if somebody says they're your friend or your fan and they adore you and they love everything about you, and then you fall in love and all you want to do is get married and have a baby, and now suddenly they don't like you, they were never a true friend or fan. They were never a true supporter. They are liars. And that's sad. That is sad. Wow. But yeah, the headline, and these are making international headlines, fans go into overdrive with Taylor Swift rumors after she arrives behind a big screen, cannot be seen at Travis Kelce's Chiefs game. And what is trending is Taylor Swift pregnant. Well, when's that wedding going to happen?
Yeah, it's going to be big.
Continue the conversation. 855-839-1210. It's Monday. It's September 15th. So much breaking, so much developing, and we'll get to the rest of it right around the corner.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, I'm from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The kids are back at school, so it's time to get back to style at Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code STYLE2025 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit the Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Underway now through September 20th. Excludes gift cards and new arrivals.
Yo, Philly, back to school just got a whole lot cooler. Switch to a Fios 1 gig internet plan and get the Bose Quiet Comfort headphones on us. Whether you're streaming, studying, or just relaxing with your favorite tunes, Verizon has you covered. So head to your local Verizon store now for more information. Offer valid in select areas through 9/23/25 for new home internet customers who install and keep eligible Fios 1 gig services in good standing for 65 days. Redemption terms apply. One offer per eligible Verizon account while supplies last.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives and the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time, without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
Listen up, football fan, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
I'm going to talk about my friends at Kitchen Magic. They believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, they're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, Kitchen Magic has built an amazing reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Right now, for the entire month of September, you enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and every bathroom project. This is the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Just call them. Kitchen Magic. Visit kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com. Do it today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
We've all shown up for the Vigil for Charlie Kirk. This is our town, Sparta Township, New Jersey. More people are coming. These are all people that are hurt and devastated. And our flag has not been lowered. Our flag has not been lowered. And we would lower it right now ourselves, but we can't because it's locked. We can't lower our flag. That's disgusting. This is not okay. God bless Charlie Kirk. God bless your family. God bless America.
And so thank you for that. As many vigils across the United States of America, this is South Jersey, South Philadelphia, across the suburbs of Philadelphia. And in this one, and I will say, all the flags as we drove across the region had a very busy weekend. I was so heartened to see that flags were at half-staff, but not here. This is Sussex County. This is Sparta. And we saw that our friend Dawn Fantasia, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia, was speaking out about this, was appalled by this. Yes, double Dawn here on the Dawn Show. Dawn Fantasia, my twin. How are you?
Good morning, Dawn. Thank you for having me on.
It's my pleasure. I'm so sorry to hear this. Can you tell us what happened with, not only the flags the American flags not being lowered properly as per requested, but then as well, there's more to it with the mayor, I guess, just showing up, and what happened?
Absolutely. It's a shameful moment, honestly, a shameful moment for Sparta and for Sussex County. I mean, President Trump issued the proclamation that the flags be lowered in Charlie Kirk's memory. And we look to other states. We look to Pennsylvania. We look to Delaware with Democrat leadership, and out of respect and decency, they complied. But here we are in New Jersey under Phil Murphy's leadership, and he ignored it. So we have these flags at full staff, which actually, enables and emboldens these local officials. And this mayor, he dismissed the grief of thousands with his cheap whataboutism. His excuse, this mayor, he says, we don't hold rallies for others. And to me, that's not leadership. That's progressive vitriol, and it's tasteless. And it dishonored a man whose entire life was spent lifting other people up. And to make matters worse, he shows up at this vigil to be an agitator, right? So the community's grieving, and a real leader bows their head in respect. And the mayor of Sparta instead chose to wag his finger in contempt, and that says everything about his character. So, he didn't just refuse to lower a flag, he lowered himself, is what he lowered.
And so what we're seeing, as you're in part of what you're describing, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia from New Jersey, is we saw it looked like, so the mayor crashes the event, is asked to leave. Here we see it. And you see children and families gathered in prayer.
Forget state politics. Forget
That's
politics.
Right.
Lower the damn flag. We all had a rough week, and I appreciate all of you showing the love and support and who we really are. And this is Sparta, because it's time to get our town back, folks.
Neil, was your decision when you lower the flag? That's all we need to know.
If it was my decision,
Yes.
no, I would not.
All right, go. You're done next year, buddy. You're out. You're out.
And it frees me that we had children die in a Catholic mass, and not a damn single one of any of them came out.
By the same people that killed Charlie Kirk.
And so, unfortunately, you hear people there, and they have candles. They're holding these little candles. They brought their children, and they were just coming for a vigil, right, Dawn Fantasia? They were coming for a moment of prayer. This is Mayor Neil Clark. From what I heard, they said, essentially, their goal is to fire him, the voters. And again, no violence here. You heard somebody slightly raise their voice, but mostly people were trying to have a conversation with him.
100%. It was a peaceful, a moment of reverence. And when we think about it, Charlie Kirk was a man of peace. So he believed in the power of dialogue, even when it meant stepping into places where he knew he was going to be challenged or not welcome. And that takes a lot of courage. And I feel there are so many progressives who deeply misunderstand and never really listen to him. He was not homophobic. He wasn't a racist. In fact, he took heat from people who openly despise those who don't fit their worldview. Because Charlie Kirk refused to join that hatred. He uplifted communities. And what we saw in Sparta was the exact opposite. We saw this progressive go in and try to steamroll what was supposed to be an event of reverence. And to me, it's so disgusting.
And like you're saying, Dawn, it's really disrespectful and disrespecting. There's a piece of this disrespecting other people's faith. I mean, obviously they were coming to pay respects to the iconic, Charlie, but also to pray for nonviolence in Charlie Kirk's memory. I think that's a piece of it. I mean, most of these vigils, that's what people did. What a shame. I'm sorry that happened. Across the nation, there were a few. I did see some arrests as well across the nation. There were people who tried to stomp out some of the, especially there in Utah, where they had makeshift sort of, monument, if you will. I did see a few arrests. But for the mayor, I think it's great if people just peacefully protest and then say, all right, well, let's remember this when he's up for re-election.
Exactly. And, he's up for re-election in 2026, and the voters do not have short memories when it comes to this kind of thing. This really hit a nerve. I mean, especially, Charlie Kirk was above all a man of faith. He put his faith above everything else. He was about building bridges, not burning them. And that's why so many people across the nation, across the world, are mourning him. Not just because we lost a leader, we lost a voice of hope and genuine belief in the American people. And it baffles me that some progressives on the left just don't understand it to the point where they have to lash out and act this way. It's so disheartening.
I will also say that, what can hurt all Democrats in New Jersey is those energy prices, the power bills. Man, my friends across New Jersey, by the way, are just telling me what's going on with just that, among other things. And that really brings us to Mikey Sherrill. And what do you have to say about this, Dawn, as far as being in New Jersey, seeing what's happening? It's a huge governor's race that's upcoming. She's facing some pretty stiff opposition with Jack Ciarrocchi. From where I'm on the Pennsylvania side, so I can't vote, obviously, in New Jersey. But I think, in my humble opinion, if I have to call this one just based on what I'm getting from people, I think Jack Ciarrocchi is New Jersey's next governor.
Well, from your mouth to God's ears, let's hope. Because, that the facts speak for themselves. Spin is one thing, but the facts speak for themselves. I mean, I don't know if you caught one of the last ads that had come out from the Republican Governors Association. I believe it was a PAC that was funded by them, and where they actually just, all you have to do, we call it Operation Let Them Speak, and all you have to do is listen to Mikey Sherrill, and she said, moving to green energy, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg, but if you're a good person, you'll do it. So, I mean, it's the most unbelievable, tone-deaf, limousine liberal, ludicrous scenario when you're telling people with mid-sized homes who are opening $800 a month electric bills to try to somehow pin that on the federal government or the Trump administration when this has been nonstop, awful, ridiculous, short-sighted policy by the Democrat Party that Mikey Sherrill 100% embraces. She's going to bring us more of the same or even worse. And it just takes a rational person to listen for 30 seconds to know exactly what's up. So I'm a member of the GOP Energy Task Force. There's 5 or 6 of us on it that actually met with PJM. We met with some of the electric suppliers. We listened to testimony from the BPU on that committee. We have members who are on the committee for that. And we've put together a document that we're going to be releasing shortly that really breaks it down and analyzes it and actually gives some Republican solutions that align directly with hopefully our next governor, Jack Ciarrocchi, that's going to right this ship because this is just simply unsustainable. It's not fair to the working class, the middle class, those who are struggling economically. We all don't have the benefit of insider stock trading. We all don't have the benefit of, highfalutin going around and fancy vacations and like our current governor, his Italian villa. That all sounds great. But some of us, like myself, live in 2-bedroom, 1,250 square foot homes. And when that bill comes and you open it, let me tell you, it curls your hair. So they need to get it together. But quite frankly, I hope they don't get it together. And I hope new leadership wins in November and we can move forward and right this ship.
And so the latest is, 20% increases in electric rates in June. And then it looks like they keep going up. And this is a disastrous legacy, if you will, for Governor Phil Murphy. But for Mikey Sherrill, I know about a month ago, maybe 3+ weeks ago, Representative Mikey Sherrill, who's the Democrat who wants to, succeed, I guess I don't know if she and Phil Murphy, they probably aren't seen together now, but she wants to succeed the current Democrat governor, Phil Murphy. But I know that about 3 weeks ago, Dawn Fantasia, she had promised that she would use executive authority to freeze utility rates if elected governor. So how does that work, and what's your reaction to that?
It doesn't work. And it's just another example of her auditioning for a job that she doesn't know what the job roles and responsibilities are. You cannot do that. It's not even permissible by law. So her claiming that by executive order, maybe she's looking at the Governor Phil Murphy playbook where, he thought he could executive order his way out of COVID and executive order our way out of our constitutional rights to be able to still assemble for church and to be able to protect ourselves, under the Second Amendment. Executive order has its limits. And let me tell you, lowering utility costs and telling these privately owned entities that they're not going to raise their utility costs. I mean, great story. I could go to ShopRite and say, you cannot raise the price of eggs by executive order. Okay. So in other words, I don't know who's advising her, but they must have fallen and hit their head because that's not legal or even possible. So, again, more nonsense, more pablum that's coming out of that campaign for somebody that's very ill-prepared, not from New Jersey, and no clue how to fix or write New Jersey because she's bringing another out-of-state progressive playbook that will fail the people of New Jersey. Our way forward is Jack Ciarrocchi on November 4th.
And Ciarrocchi, for his part, Jack has said he wants to diversify the state's energy sources and deal with the root cause of the issue. And diversify that, natural gas, nuclear production, that does not happen overnight. So what can you as an assembly person, what do you think that timeline would look like?
Well, in being on this committee, I've learned quite a bit over the past months here as this crisis was really coming to a head. And, I like Jack's idea of everything's on the table with the exception of offshore wind because we know that was a boondoggle that wasted billions of dollars, didn't produce 1 kilowatt of energy, and actually was a danger to marine wildlife. So, that was completely off the table. But what the Democrats did in New Jersey is they removed our reliable power sources. They shuttered nuclear. They shuttered natural gas with nothing to bring up the rear, thinking solar and offshore wind were going to be the be-all, end-all with terrible reliability rates. I believe 8% reliability rates for solar. When you talk about nuclear, you're talking 93%. When you're talking about natural gas, you're talking in the high 80s to 90s. So basically, yes, it will take time to get those back, but what we can do to provide instant relief is why are we still charging sales tax? That needs to stop. We also need to look into the societal benefits charge that comes on our bill. That's a huge chunk of our bill, and remove all of these green energy, pie in the sky, things that make people feel good and pat themselves on the back when they're millionaires and can pay an $800 electric bill. We need to remove all of those things that we are being charged for. I am not saying that we still don't help the needy, the really socioeconomically disadvantaged who are struggling to keep the heat on for their families. But that one is so padded with nonsense green initiatives that have produced nothing for the state of New Jersey other than political talking points. So 2 things we can do immediately is eliminate the sales tax on your bill, and we can certainly eliminate part of the societal benefits charge. And I think that'll at least give a little buffer as we move forward to get these projects moving.
Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia, thank you so much. I hope we speak again soon, but thanks for, explaining that because I think that's one of the issues in New Jersey. Thanks, Dawn.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. We'll have her back because we got to have Dawn and Dawn. Dawn and Dan.
She's amazing. Dottie right in. If I was an NJ resident, I would love to support her voice of reason and patriotism. You hear Dawn with Rich. You've heard her here before.
Yep.
With Dom. I see a huge future for this woman in New Jersey. She is amazing.
Well, here's what we know. If you're authentic as a person in any job, it's like build it and they will come, right? You could tell she's the real deal. She's the real Dawn, if you will.
Well, there's only one.
We can have fun with that one. But no, I'm really serious. She and that's a piece of it. Authenticity. Boom. Can I talk about, speaking of authenticity, can I talk about my friends at Piazza? Thank you so much for your support. If you came out or if you were supporting our Piazza Pet of the Month segment, as we call it, but What a fun time we had. We watched the sunrise. We were at that beautiful Willow Grove Piazza premium automobile dealership, Jaguar. It was really lovely. It was a great experience. Always have so much fun. One of the vehicles that I did see was the Jaguar I-Pace. Wow, gorgeous. But maybe you're thinking about this, an electric vehicle. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to remind you the $7,500 federal tax credit, $7,500 tax credit, pretty big deal. And it's available still as long as you get that vehicle by September 30th, and then it's going away. Remember, that was the question that I asked to Dan Piazza, who had stopped by. He had great news as far as the economy, because he meets with a lot of different people in the auto industry on a national basis and local basis too. And I think that's important to look to that. So, but this one, $7,500, it's a big deal, and you can take advantage of it prior to October 1st. In other words, by September 30th. So here are the vehicles you can think about. A new BMW, the i4, i5, or i7. The Jaguar I-Pace that I mentioned. The Alfa Romeo. Oh, I love these vehicles. Alfa Romeo Tonale, the PHEV, or Mercedes-Benz EQE. Just visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Get your EV. You know you've been dreaming about it. And you can browse their extensive vehicle collection, Piazza Premium Automobiles, Piazza Premium Automobiles, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
The quiet and warm conditions continue across the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine with a high temperature above average at 83. For tonight, comfortable, partly cloudy, low 64 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, becoming mostly cloudy, it'll be cooler with a high of around 74.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $239 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 and lease for $289 a month for 36 months. Or get 4.7% financing for 60 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Due to amazing customer feedback, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning is extending their summer financing promotion. No need to wait to replace that struggling system. CNC will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York's certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust. And your estimate, absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Fantasia, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
There's so much news locally, nationally. By the way, Kathy Hochul, New York's governor, I guess she had no other choice, backed into a corner, endorses Mom Donnie. Whew, great news for Republicans. I don't know if you saw this or not, but Valley Forge Military, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer, is closing next year. Quite a local institution that is closing. And then going viral, this young actress, or I don't know if she's young anymore, but Hannah Einbinder. We talked a lot about her earlier this morning. Obviously an Eagles fan because her dad grew up in Doylestown from the Paul Newman family. But in any event, her saying, "Go Birds" and "F ICE" and "Free Palestine." Oh boy, that one has really gone viral. It's a crazy world we live in. Crazy world as we look to the news of the day. On a brighter note, I know that President Trump, and I had reported this a couple hours ago, earlier, President Trump putting out there, as well as Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, confirming that looks like they've got a meeting with China and a TikTok deal. That's all good news for sure as we look to the economy. And something I'd asked Dan Piazza about actually with the regard to the economy as we think about rates getting lowered with the Federal Reserve meeting this Thursday. Looks like a quarter point, half a point. That's what everybody's predicting. But if you think about this, just to resolve the tariff situation once and for all with China, good news for America. Get that under your belt. Let's move on. Inflation much lower because it was high for a while there, but not so much anymore. So we will look at all of the breaking news of the day. Is Taylor Swift pregnant? That is, well, it's being denied. But man, this one is a hot viral rumor. The Dom Giordano show is coming up next. Am I doing a cross with Dom? We're not tossing. Okay.
Michael Pelka today.
Oh, it is Michael.
Yes,
oh, Michael.
No crossover.
Which, you know what that means? Generally speaking, when Michael Pelka, who we love, Michael from Delaware, but when Michael Pelka generally is filling in, he will have one of my fave doctors, Dr. Michael Roisman. So there's a new study that says a certain type of exercise, I didn't even get to this, but I know that they'll get to it. He always talks about, your biological age versus really your genetic age versus all the things you can control. I love that stuff. But there's a new study, medical study, that says certain exercises of your muscles keep you younger and beat cancer. So I can't wait for that. I know he'll talk to Dr. Michael Roisman. The great Michael Pelka in for Dom Giordano. Thanks for being here today. Have a great Monday.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is.
He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focuses on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but it's not Dom Giordano. It's Michael Pelke in for my friend Dom Giordano. Today would have been a great day for Dom and I both to play hooky and play golf on a golf course, but that's not happening. I'm honored to be here, happy to be here, thrilled to be here. Always enjoy being here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and I hope you will be part of today's conversation. It might get heated. It might get a touch raw. Because let's face it, for the past 7 days now, since last Tuesday's, or was it Wednesday? Yes, it was Wednesday. So it's 5 days of truly raw emotion in this country following the assassination of my friend Charlie Kirk. I I have to gulp. It's still kind of hard to say that. It's still kind of difficult to say my friend Charlie Kirk is not going to be around. But we can't change that. So we have to move forward. We have to move on. I knew Charlie since 2014 when he reached out to me. I think he had just turned 20 years old. And Turning Point was in its infancy. It was a stripling, a little bitty thing that was growing, but growing quickly. And I was working at theblaze.com, and he reached out and said, hey, if I can help you guys get in touch with anybody in the millennial world, let me know, because that's what I'm all about. Trying to bring conservatism and Constitution and family and faith to the millennials class, which he did in great numbers. We have a lot to get to today. We will cover some of the things that happened this weekend as it relates to the Charlie Kirk investigation. There are a lot of people who are yelling about Cash Patel. Another friend of mine, thank God, I think Cash Patel is where he is. It seems like there's a move to try and get Cash Patel out of his spot as director of the FBI. I think that would be a gigantic mistake. Just a little factoid. And you're welcome to correct me on any of this at 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. In the 4 years that Joe Biden was president of the United States, not one person on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list was apprehended. Not one. And Henry, you and Sean can wager on this if you want to. Can you tell me how many on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list have already been apprehended during the first 7 months of the Trump administration?
Ooh. Do you know this answer?
I do.
Okay.
You know, every good lawyer will tell you don't ask a question unless you know the answer.
I wasn't sure. All right. You know what? On the top 10 list, I'm going to go with 4.
Okay. Does Sean want to weigh in, or is he busy trying to make sure I don't take us off the rails?
No. I'm still here. I'm going to make my guess. I'm going to say at least 8.
Ooh. Well, the closest without going over would be Sean. Now hear this. Cash Patel and the FBI under his direction with Dan Bongino got all 10 on the top 10.
Really?
Wow. Yes.
Huh.
Now, what changed in terms of the FBI and America? What changed? Gee, what changed? The President of the United States changed. The head of the FBI changed. Isn't that interesting that the top 10 most wanted people in this country, the FBI puts out that list every week. You used to be able to see them at the post office. You know, they have that poster up there. And they got all 10. 10 for 10. And if I'm wrong, I think I'm right on this. Grok will check me. Somebody check me on Grok. You can
the
see.
Almighty Grok.
I don't know if we should be saying that.
I say that very facetiously.
Okay, good.
Not that the robot overlords can tell anyway.
No, well, they can't. But they might be vindictive. That's the one thing I worry about. But yeah, I have great faith in Cash Patel. He was on Fox and Friends this morning talking about the investigation into the killer, the murderer of Charlie Kirk, and the guy they have in custody right now, the suspect. We have to be careful how we say these things, but he has not admitted, not been cooperative with the authorities. Do you have that clip of Cash?
I do.
Okay, let's roll that sucker.
Cash, he's not saying a word. He's not admitting it. Is he remorseful? And what happens to him? Does he get the death penalty?
Well, I'll let the state authorities speak to their prosecution, which is ongoing. As I think your summary is correct, based on my information that I have, he has not been cooperating in terms of interrogations with our law enforcement officials.
So that's the official statement from Cash Patel. One of the things I find interesting about Cash Patel, he doesn't say too much, but it always looks like he's surprised. You know, whenever they go to Cash Patel with the camera, it looks like somebody just goosed him or they surprised him. Because that one eye pops out a little bit.
He looks like he forgot the book report was due today and he's giving a presentation.
But he's not. The thing about Cash is he is so prepared. He is the guy that he has the files. He has the receipts. So again, in the early part of this year, after 4 years of Joe Biden, a top 10 on the FBI most wanted list, 0 apprehended. During the first 7 months of the Trump administration, Cash was not immediately confirmed. He didn't get put into office the same day that Trump was sworn in on the inauguration. No, he had to go through that excruciating process, the confirmation. But he's gotten all 10, and now we have a new top 10, and I'm sure they're going to be apprehending those as well. Cash Patel on Fox and Friends this morning. And I want to get into Fox and Friends this morning because, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Dawn was talking about this a little bit earlier too, the Kilmeade story. Did you hear that about an hour ago?
I believe so, yes.
With Dawn? I think it's worth revisiting. I don't know Brian Kilmeade. I certainly believe he might be the hardest working guy at Fox because it seems like he's on every show every day. Or if you were to go through the entire schedule of Fox throughout the week, Kilmeade appears on every show, every single show. Not something you could actually question. He's on everybody. I think even Shannon Bream has him on her show. And he's writing books, and he has his own daily radio show as well. But last week, Brian Kilmeade said something that, frankly, I was stunned that it didn't blow up quicker or bigger. In case you missed it, they were talking about the mental health crisis among the homeless and the mental health crisis and homeless as it relates to crime. And Kilmeade said this.
Billions of dollars to mental health and the homeless population. A lot of them don't want to take the programs. A lot of them don't want to get the help that is necessary. You can't give them a choice. Either you take the resources that we're going to give you, or you decide that you're going to be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Right. I would say this. We're not voting for the right people. In North Carolina, wake up.
Involuntary lethal injection. Just kill him. Yeah, that's a little harsh, Mr. Kilmeade. And he does come off as kind of an aw shucks guy. You know, kind of a fun-loving guy. It seems like it. And I remember getting the message on Friday, the alert on Friday. Did you hear what Kilmeade said? And I went, oh boy, what's this one? And you saw him say that. Involuntary lethal injection. Yeah, that's the death penalty by lethal injection. Okay, and we're saying we're going to do that for homeless and mentally ill people. Well, the internet did what it does, and it blew up with anger about that, and I think it was justifiable anger. And Brian Kilmeade put out the statement. Was it yesterday, Henry, you popped this statement? It wasn't Saturday, right?
I think it was the same day. I think the blowback was good enough to...
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so same day it happened, so it would have been Friday. I missed it. I actually, to be honest with you, I kind of unplugged this weekend.
You and me both, my friend.
I was overwhelmed. I was listening to everything from Willie Nelson to Luciano Pavarotti.
Wow.
To try and get me away from the madness. Mm-hmm. So I missed it until I think late Saturday I saw this. Brian Kilmeade, an apology.
In the morning, we were discussing the murder of Irina Zarutska in Charlotte, North Carolina, and how to stop these kinds of attacks by homeless, mentally ill assailants, including institutionalizing or jailing such people so they cannot attack again. Now, during that discussion, I wrongly said they should get lethal injections. I apologize for that extremely callous remark. I'm obviously aware that not all mentally ill homeless people act as the perpetrator did in North Carolina, and that so many homeless people deserve our empathy and compassion.
Is that enough? Was that enough? Was that appropriate? Should he spend time in the penalty box at Fox? Should he be off air without pay? I don't think. Should he be fired? There are people calling for Brian Kilmeade to be fired. I'm not one of them. I love free speech, but I also love that speech has consequences. And rarely should the consequence be death penalty, either actual death penalty or career death penalty. rarely. But the court of public opinion, a lot of the left are screaming now, he should be fired from Fox. The problem with all of the rush to firing someone for saying something as callous as that is that you have to understand that it's going to work both ways. For all the people on the left who are saying that, then maybe, just maybe, we have to have the same kind of standards applied to anyone on your side. And we can talk about how many times the left has stood up and said they want violence against people on the right. Chuck Schumer talking about 2 Supreme Court justices who will have the whirlwind unleashed on them. And shortly thereafter, there was at least one attempt on the life of Supreme Court Justice Gorsuch. We can talk about how many times Maxine Waters was threatening violence or encouraging people to make people uncomfortable if they see them at a gas station or in a restaurant or anywhere, anyone from that cabinet. So if we're going to call for these people to have career death penalties, if you're going to call for Brian Kilmeade, then you have to call for the same penalty, the same standards to apply to your side. Just saying. Thoughts on this? Anyone have a thought? 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. What's Kilmeade's punishment? Is it that, frankly, since he is on every show all the time, every damn day, the punishment should probably be that he can't appear on television for a week or two. That would certainly hit him hard, because that's all he wants to do is be on TV. My thought.
Would it hit him hard, or would it hit the network harder?
I don't think it would. Do you really think people would tune out of Fox if he wasn't there?
You said it yourself. He's on everything. He's seemingly on every show. People seem to enjoy watching him and hearing what he has to say. Would that hurt them more if he was suspended?
I don't think so. I honestly think it shows responsibility on the network side. If you say, yeah, we like Brian, we're not firing Brian, but he did a bad thing, he's going to spend the next 2 weeks working in a soup kitchen in Lower Manhattan. Seriously.
That would work.
Have him do a little community service. Brian Kilmeade should be out scooping up food for people that come into the homeless shelters. Brian Kilmeade should be out handing out socks and shoes to the people that are sleeping on the streets. Brian Kilmeade needs to go out and meet the people that he foolishly advocated to receive the death penalty by involuntary lethal injection. But he doesn't deserve to lose his job. He deserves to understand a little bit more. And the standard I apply here is the Charlie Kirk standard. What would Charlie Kirk do? What would Charlie Kirk say? What kind of justice would Charlie Kirk advocate for? You have a thought, you're welcome to share it. 855-839-1210 is the number, 855-839-1210. We got a busy show today. We're going to go through some more of the Kirk news from over the weekend, some more of the reaction stuff. There was some crazy reaction on the Sunday shows. I have questions about the Utah governor. I think we're seeing too much of him. I'd rather see more of Cash Patel and Dan Bongino telling us what's going on than the governor of Utah, who I think has political future aspirations on his mind. That's why he's in front of every camera and was over the weekend. So we'll get into that. Guy Ciarrocchi is joining us to start next hour. I love Guy's work. I love what he writes. We're going to talk about Charlie Kirk. We'll also talk about what's going on with SEPTA. Has he got that going? I can't talk too much about football because, sadly, my Chicago Bears are the whipping boy of the NFL.
I picked them to cover, darn it.
Yeah.
6.5. Yeah, not even close.
My brother, who is also, like me, a long-suffering Chicago Bears fan, sent me a plan that the Bears could implement that would kind of be the Chicago version of the tush push. You know how unstoppable the tush push is? He calls it the little people toss. That anytime Chicago gets down near the goal line, They have signed on a one-day contract a little person.
Mm-hmm.
I can't use the words we used to use, but it's a vertically challenged person, like maybe somebody 4 feet and under. And when the ball is snapped, you have a full backfield with two halfbacks and a fullback, and the fullback is the little person. They hand the ball to the little guy, and the two other backs throw him into the end zone over the defense. Might be a very dangerous thing, but it might work. At least the Bears might find a way to score. I'm just saying.
Hey, it's not the first time that this has tried to be implemented.
Well, in Chicago as well.
Well, yeah. I think of the late, great college coach Mike Leach. He tried to do that because he was very...
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Another football coach actually tried using a little person and throwing over the line?
He couldn't get it signed off, but he floated the idea out there, and obviously the school shut it down. They're like, no, you can't let you do that.
Wow. Because Bill Vack, who the late great impresario in baseball, the guy who put the vines in Wrigley, who put the exploding scoreboard in White Sox Park in Comiskey years ago, Bill Vack once signed a little person who they started with an M, that word, rhymes with Gidget. And he put a very vertically challenged person up to bat when the bases were loaded. So Chicago seems to have an obsession with dumb ideas when it comes to sports. How about you just get a competent team? So I'm rooting for the Eagles through the rest of the season. My Bears, they're just a constant source of embarrassment. It's a terrible, terrible thing to be a Bears fan. But if you want to join us, the conversation on free speech, I'm a free speech fighter. My license plate says after one because it's what my father taught all of us. After the First Amendment, everything else is secondary. If we lose it, we're dead, we're done, we're toast. So no death penalty for kill meat for me. I'd like to see him get his hands dirty in a shelter or at a soup kitchen for a couple of weeks and be invisible on air. And then maybe he tells us about that experience when he returns. Just a thought. 855-839-1210. It is 12:20. My goodness, got to take a break. It's Opelka in for Dom on the Dom Giordano Show.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Are you on your way? That's right, Jaguar, Land Rover, Willow Grove, Piazza Auto Group, 900 South York Road. We are with the Brandywine Valley SPCA. The ultimate question is, Dawn Stensland, which of the 6 will Greg Stocker leave with today when he adopts a dog?
I don't know how I'm going to tell my wife, honey, I'm bringing home Bambi.
You think that's an issue for you? I don't know how I'm going to tell my wife I walk home with a Land Rover Defender today.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The kids are back at school, so it's time to get back to style at Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code STYLE2025 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their Hatfield showroom. Open 7 days a week. Sale runs through the 20th, excludes gift cards and new arrivals.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino, Street Road in Penn Salem, Thursday, September 25th. It's headliner Steve Ranazizi. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Order Packaging.com. Again, Packaging.com. Packaging.com. Pacagen.com. Protection from allergens, not guesswork.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right. It is the Dom Giordano Show. Michael Pelka in for my buddy Dom Giordano. Thanks for being here. I am. I'm wondering if maybe everybody agrees with me about the free speech issue, and I guess we should tie in the Kilmeade issue on free speech and the First Amendment with the people who have been getting fired for posting all the hateful stuff about the death of Charlie Kirk on social media. Where do you think you fall on that? 855-839-1210 is the number. Should those people be fired? Well, here's my statement on that. If you hired somebody thinking, oh, this is a decent person, they're going to do sales for me, or they're going to run my, what was it, Office Max? Was the store that some guy went into an Office Max in Michigan, and he asked them to print a poster for a Charlie Kirk event, a prayer vigil, a memorial. And the manager of the print center at Office Max said, that's propaganda. We're not going to print that. And that whole post went viral. And they rejected it. And Office Max responded by firing I think she's a manager. And I'm all for Office Max having the ability to fire somebody who gives bad service to a customer, which is what they did. But where do you stand on the hateful messages from the people that are out there celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk? If they work for your company, should they be allowed to say that in their private time? I think definitely as a First Amendment absolutist, they have a right to say whatever dumb thing they think. They can support this kind of political assassination if they want to, but I also support you as an employer the right to say, I don't want that kind of a person representing me or my company, especially if your company is involved in customer service. You shouldn't have to deal with that. There was a Geico customer service person. And Henry, did I send you that one?
Yeah, I've got it ready.
Okay, this is an example of somebody who made a statement on their personal social media account and apparently has lost their job.
Breaking news! Master debater of college girls has been shot. Oh! Don't know what it's looking like, but that poor master debater, you know?
Tasteless. Obviously, she's trying to make a joke about the title of Master Debater for Charlie Kirk and slurring him. But Charlie Kirk, she's wrong factually on several levels, saying that Charlie Kirk was only debating women on college campuses. Really untrue. Charlie debated, most of the clips I saw were Charlie debating men. Now, they were men who might have thought they were women, so I guess technically this woman could be correct. But she is now out of a job at Geico. I thought Geico was one of those progressive organizations that was supposed to accept everybody. I don't know, but she lost her job. I support her right to say whatever dumb thing she says, but I support Geico's right to say, We don't want this kind of a person representing us. So I'm sorry if you lost your job, lady. We hear there are 7 million unemployed people in the country, and there are also 7 million job openings. So maybe you can find a job with haters.com or something. Just throwing that out there.
I just don't understand when people feel the need to use the internet like their own personal diary.
Well, yeah.
Like
exactly.
it doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't. People don't need to hear unless you really have a good following. You're a vlogger. People really want to hear what your thoughts. Otherwise.
Unless you're getting paid for it, Henry.
Yeah, paid. Yeah.
If you are, and I hate this word, and I know I'm not supposed to use the word hate, but I really loathe the word influencer.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a business card and it says your job title is influencer, you are the French word for a shower. Do you know what that word is, Henry?
I do.
It's douche. That's the French word for shower.
I'm letting you say it.
If your business card says you're a French word for a shower because you're an influencer, you've got to own that title. So that is truly another part of the sickness of the dependence on social media that kind of ties into something that Michael Smerconish. Remember Smerconish? Wasn't he on this radio station 1,000 years ago?
So I've heard.
I think Greg Stalker was an intern under Smerconish, and they never got rid of Stalker, but they got rid of Smerconish. Isn't that funny? It's kind of hilarious to me. But Michael Smerconish does a morning show on CNN on the weekends, and he was talking about something, and I think he missed the point here. I think he totally missed the point. You got that one right, Henry?
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
It's like the sex headline. You see the headline that says that fewer teens are having sex. And as a parent, you say, well, boy, that's good news. And similarly, fewer Americans are drinking. Well, that's good news. No, they're actually bad news because it's also representative of a decline in relationships. And that's the biggest problem this country faces.
So according to CNN host Michael Smerconish, teenagers having less sex and not drinking as much is a bad idea, is bad news. And his mind immediately jumps to the fact that these kids, these teens, don't have enough personal relationships. Could it be that maybe they've decided they don't need alcohol because they've been told that marijuana, pot, and all the various edibles and vaping stuff that has THC in it is better for you than alcohol? Could it be? I certainly know people my age who have quit drinking, but they're all in on the gummies, and they've replaced it. And I said, why? And they said, well, first of all, it's legal now, and it's better for you than putting alcohol into your system. And I don't really know if we know that for sure. But so fewer kids having sex and fewer kids drinking. And somehow CNN and Smerconish especially found a way to say that that's a bad thing. Now, I will admit that the addiction to social media is beyond the pale.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely forcing a lot of kids into what you could consider dangerous situations mentally. But I don't think we should look at fewer pregnant kids or fewer kids getting STDs and fewer kids with drinking problems as a bad thing. Maybe they're doing what a lot of people did over the weekend. Church was really crowded this weekend. And you know what people aren't doing in church? They're not texting. They're not doom scrolling in church. And the only wine they're getting is at communion. So I'm just saying, Smerconish and CNN, you're missing it. And your instinct to interpret it may not be the only answer to that news. Just throwing that out there for consideration. Smerconish, I don't mind the guy, but I think he's off the mark on this one. What say you? 855-839-1210. Where are you on the First Amendment? Where are you on the rights of people to make statements about horrific things like the Charlie Kirk murder? and face no consequences. Should they be protected? I'm not all for what the Brits are doing these days. The British people are now absolutely nutty. They'll lock up someone for praying on the street across from an abortion clinic, but they're not picking up any of the crazy illegal immigrants who are running around stabbing people and the rape gangs that are going on all over the UK. No, we've got to shut down people that make uncomfortable social media posts and lock them up. Thousands of arrests last year for social media posts. We have to fight for free speech, but we have to let people know that your job has the right to have consequences for it. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. It's Mike Opelka. I'm in for Dom. We have to get into the Emmys. Henry, did you watch the Emmys last night, or are you watching something dumb like football?
I was watching the dumb alternative football.
Okay. I was editorializing there.
It was a dumb game, so, I mean, you're not exactly wrong.
Well, I didn't watch either, so but I have the clips from the Emmys, and there were some pretty funny things that happened, and we should talk about that. The amazing thing to me is I really don't know any of the shows that were winners last night because they're all streaming. Yeah, I know what Hacks, the show with Gene Smart, and the one that the young lady won and said the really dumb stuff. I know that show, but I don't watch any of this crap.
Oh.
I'm watching other crap. Procedural dramas and murder shows, but it's all streaming. So it's all amazing to me that this may have been an Emmy show where I might have known one.
Wow.
But the late night host competition, you saw that clip, right?
Of course.
We'll get into that. You might be surprised to learn who won the outstanding late night talk show host and who was not even nominated, which I think is also kind of interesting.
You know what? I didn't even catch that. I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it was kind of a desert of nominees, if you will. Maybe the Academy had something to do with that. The Television Academy, NATAS, as they are known. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676, 800-201-7676.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax?
President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
The quiet and warm conditions continue across the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine with a high temperature above average at 83. For tonight, comfortable, partly cloudy, low 64 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, becoming mostly cloudy, it'll be cooler with a high of around 74.
Kitchen Magic is family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof. For over 45 years, we've remodeled homes across the Northeast. This September, get 40% off on installation on all kitchens and bathrooms. Kitchen Magic, where quality meets value. Call or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano, just checking the breaking news. Here's a shocker. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, she of the Pelosi-like eyebrows, has endorsed Zohan Mandami, the commie. What a shock. I feel like New York's in real trouble. So let's hope there's some kind of awakening. If they elect a communist, that city and really the country are going to have a problem. Why do I say the country's going to have a problem? Well, it's kind of a financial center. I wonder what's going to happen to tourism. I certainly don't think, and I lived in New York City for 23 years, in Manhattan, right in the middle of it all. I certainly don't think government-run grocery stores are going to be a winner. And if all the buses and subways are free, gee, I can't see anything bad happening, can you? Anyway, it's just a little breaking news about the pressure now for mainstream Democrats to rally behind Mandami, the commie, a guy who has done what I think Van Jones told us the Democrats needed to do. Democrats like himself. Remember when he was the green job czar for Obama? Van Jones, he got into the White House, had a big job, and Glenn Beck exposed Van Jones for the communist he is, and quoted Van Jones, who said, "We have to drop the radical pose to achieve the radical ends." And he was right. That's what they're doing. And now Mamdami's doing it too. The guy looks like he's right out of Central Casting. He's got a big smile. He wants to give everybody a hug. He leads a very privileged life. He is not like what the average New Yorker is going to experience. He's a rich kid. So it'll be all for him and none for the people. The people are going to get a good shiv from Mandami. The phones are hopping. I will get to the Emmy Awards last night, but so many of you are ringing in at 855-839. Let's check in. First of all, let's go to the legendary Ed in Delran, New Jersey. Hello, Ed.
I have now properly planned because Michael Opelka is always my main man, and he's so easy to understand.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. How are you, Ed? You're doing okay?
I'm doing okay. I'll tell you what, this whole thing with Charlie Kirk emotionally affected me and broke my heart. It felt like someone hit me right in the heart with a dart. I'm telling you.
if you never met him and you're that affected, you should understand those of us who knew him and loved him and couldn't wait to see him walking down the row at CPAC with that smile beaming again. And now we'll never get that.
Mike, you know what I want to go back to? When the judge sat and somebody got convicted back in the Old West, and he'd say, I'm going to hang you by your neck noon tomorrow, and the Lord have mercy on your soul. I want to go back to that, because let me tell you something. The criminals know they got all these appeals now, and it takes years to put somebody to death. It's so sickening.
Yeah, it truly is. When you said hanged by the neck, I think especially in the case of some of these guys, I'd like to see them hanged by their nether regions, but that's me. Just saying.
God,
but thank you.
I love you.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate you being there. Let's go to Al in Newark, Delaware. Hello, Al. Welcome to the program. We disagree on something here?
Mike. Sarcastic Mike. Let me ask you something. I didn't hear what Michael Ciarrocchi said the way you interpreted it. You want to play that again for me, please?
Well, I didn't realize you were calling for a clip, Al, but I love that you have the pelotas to do so. Henry, can we make Al's day?
Sure, let's
play
it.
It's like the sex headline. You see the headline that says that fewer teens are having sex. And as a parent, you say, well, boy, that's good news. And similarly, fewer Americans are drinking. Well, that's good news. No, they're actually bad news, because it's also representative of a decline in relationships. And that's the biggest problem this country faces.
Okay, Al, where did I get it wrong?
So I think he said it was good news that they're not drinking and having sex. And then the part where he said it's bad news, but you interpret the bad part in a different way than he's trying to explain it to you.
No,
see, Michael's comment
Al, hang it. Al, hold on one second. I will let you make your case here. I'm trying to be Kirk-like in my discussion with you. He said most parents would say that's good news, but he took exception with it. He said, no, that's bad news.
Well, yeah, but I can't figure out why he would say, because Michael's comments, he's right down the line on my book. I mean, he's not sarcastic like you guys. You bring out the eyebrow thing with that other comment you made about
Hochul? Kathy Hochul? Al, stop. Al, stop.
You're going to divide this country.
Put him on hold. Put him on hold. Al, I hope you can hear me. It's a conversation. My comments about Kathy Hochul were, yes, admitted cheap shot about her eyebrows, which are hideous. Hideous. They're not normal. She's got the Pelosi painted eyebrows. And I look at so many women who follow the suit on these crazy eyebrows, either the ones that are so manicured they look like they were tattooed on, or some of them are tattooed on, and I find it hard to believe that they have altered what God created to the point where it looks hideous. Let's bring Al back in.
Not going to get together because
are you
your
still
president
talking?
Is separating people.
Are you still talking?
Al, separating people.
Put him on. Al. No, bring him up again. I want to hear this. Al, have you stopped? Because I put you on hold because I was trying to have a conversation with you, but you're trying to have some kind of monologue. Did you hear what I said, Al?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
I disagree with you.
With it. And
that's
I don't
fine.
agree with you.
That's
every
fine.
Every time you are on I could almost call up every time you're on.
I wish you would.
And argue your facts. But
isn't that interesting? You chose that you want to argue facts. You can't argue with facts. Facts are unimpeachable.
Let's bring back Gary Yarnell. He's my man. He should be on every day. Gary Yarnell. He'll tell you the way it is.
Sure. Okay, Al. Thanks for stopping by. Have a nice day. Don't get high in your own supply. I quote Scarface. because it's such a good line. Let's go to Bill in Montco. Hey, Bill in Montco, keeping the conversation on Smirkanish.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't top what Al just said. I just, coming in, I just, you're going to be sorely disappointed. But I want to talk about the other Michael, Smirkanish. Now, he has his show on CNN on Saturday mornings, and generally it's pretty good. Mm-hmm. And he's trying to be, like the mushy middle, kumbaya type guy. And he was trying to do that on the show last Saturday. And then typically when he goes to a commercial break, he posts a political cartoon. So this one happened to be a Rob Rogers, political cartoon. I'll get to it in a minute. But there you are talking up the unity and the need for unity. This Rob Rogers cartoon had like a landing craft, like on D-Day. And the objective was Chicago.
Yes.
And the caption was, we used to be fighting fascists, and now we're taking orders from fascists. That is the most tone-deaf cartoon that Michael Smirkanish could have put up at that particular moment.
So why do you think he'd put that up there, Bill? That's a really interesting point. I send out a show prep sheet to about 257 media influencers, people in radio and television that I know from my career. I do a tip sheet on stories, and I include usually interesting memes as well as political cartoons. That cartoon was among them today. But why do you think Smirkanish put it in there then? If you think it's so divisive.
I have no idea. Now, typically he posts ones that are from like progressive, cartoonists, and that's fine, okay? But don't go to a segment, have a segment on trying to unify us and all that, and at that particular moment go to a cartoon like that. We'd have to ask him. Why do that? It completely,
that's a fair
whatever
point.
Good point you're trying to make, it completely took it away.
So the cartoon, though, was it not about trying to point out that Chicago, which again had at least 2 murders this weekend, and that's my old hometown, 17 plus shootings, they're on track to average more than 600 murders this year. Don't you think he was trying to make the point that Chicago could use the help of the National Guard, but the government wants to help them, but the federal judges are going to block it? Isn't that kind of what he was doing?
No. What really got me was we're taking orders from fascists. So after we're trying to drop all these labels and this incendiary language, there he goes dropping a different type of F-bomb. Implying that fascists are in charge of the government or ordering it or whatever the case may be. Okay.
Interesting.
So
Interesting,
Michael
Bill.
Smirkanish, whatever you were trying to do, you completely undid it. Okay. Go back to the well and, try to come up with a different way to do the kumbaya thing, because on this past Saturday on CNN, on your show, it did not work.
That's really interesting, Bill. And I agree with you on your interpretation of Smirkanish. I think he's a bit of a squish. He tries to stay in the middle and not irritate either side. And it's served him very well, but I kind of think that's probably where he is. He wants to be in the middle of it, and he wants to try and see both sides. But I also believe you have to stand for something, or you, as the expression goes, will fall for anything. And I should post on my social media opportunities on Twitter X and on Facebook and Instagram. I should post that cartoon. I will do that so people can see it. Bill, thanks for the conversation. Very good.
Sure thing.
Very good. Do I have time for Don and Franconia?
Let's take a break first.
Okay. Don, hang on. I want to get to you. And I promise you we'll talk about the Emmys. But, this audience is always so smart. Except for people that want Gary Arnell back. I'm sorry, we're going to disagree on that one, Al. No, thank you. It's Michael Pelkey for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
September's here, and so are the savings at Hester Chevrolet. Cruise into fall with a zero down payment lease on a new 2025 Chevy Equinox EV, just $299 a month, or a new 2025 Chevy Trax, just $259 a month, or lease a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $399 a month for 39 months. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia, or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I can't believe this first hour has flown by. I got us into trouble. I'm up against the time clock, and so I won't be able to go to the phones. Guy Ciarrocchi is waiting in the wings. So we're going to talk to Guy, and we're going to check on Walmart to see if they fixed their website because they were selling shirts that they shouldn't be selling. And I know that sounds like a dictatorial type statement, but when you hear about it, you'll probably agree. It's Michael Pelkin for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road, Warminster on Friday, October 10th. And at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, Saturday, November 8th.
Super funny.
The show's great. Hearing all the great voices like Harry Callis.
Of course, Mal Reese. It was a riot.
Joe Conklin's really funny.
He cut me off on the way here. That's Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School, Friday, October 10th. And the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 8th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
Computrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at Computrex.u.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It is the Dom Show. It's Mike Opelka in for my friend Dom Giordano. Thanks for being here. Second hour of the show kicking off right now, 101. It is a warm day. It is a summer-like day. But I caution everyone for saying it's Indian summer. And it's not because you're not supposed to use the word Indian. Maybe we're supposed to say Native American summer. Henry, am I allowed to say Indian summer?
Why is it make it an Indian summer? What makes it an Indian summer?
No, I meant, am I allowed to say it?
Are you allowed to say it?
Because, people say you can't say Indian because then people are going India or Indian Native American.
Well, yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, what's the connotation? What's the history behind that saying?
Well,
because I've never heard it until right now.
Shut up. Really?
Really?
I had to self-censor there. Did you notice? The pause was meaningful. Indian summer used to refer to, and I do believe it still refers to, a warm spell after the first frost. So when the summer ends, and we're just about to have the equinox coming up on us here, and it's officially going to be the fall. It's not yet. It's unofficially fall. And cool weather sets in upon us, and we get a frost on the pumpkin, if you will. If we have a spate of warm weather like this, where it's in the 80s, after that, that's called, or used to be called, Indian summer. But I don't know if I'm going to get a call from HR for saying that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to know more about, the etymology of that phrase before giving you the A-OK. But you know what? I'll give you it right now. You can say it.
Okay. Good. Good. We are about to dial up Guy Ciarrocchi here from Broad and Liberty to talk about his latest columns. But I teased something before the end of the last hour, and that was Walmart. And are we going to have to wag a finger at Walmart? Well, we wagged a finger this weekend at Walmart because if you went into Walmart's website, just the main page at walmart.com, and you put in the phrase Kirk shooter, which is a horrible thing to do. I just felt guilty typing it in there. They would bring you a page, and I'm looking on my phone because we can't show it to you here on the screen because it's no longer there. Walmart was selling the exact same T-shirt worn by the man suspected of killing Charlie Kirk. The exact same shirt. And in order to find it, all you had to do was put in Kirk shooter in their search engine and it would pop up. It does not do that anymore. If you do that, what does it say? Henry said the page not found or something.
Yeah,
I know
no
you
results
shunned
found.
it.
No results found.
Good. I wonder how many thousands of calls went into Bentonville, Arkansas Walmart World Headquarters because there was a lot of outrage about this on the online community over the weekend. So much more to get to today. We will get to the Emmys. I didn't watch them. I watched the highlights, and I'm using air quotes with my fingers, the highlights. Still stunned because I really don't recognize any of the shows. Look, I watch TV. I watch. I'm
not sure you do.
I watch On Patrol Live every week.
Okay.
It's 3 hours Friday night, Saturday night. It's live inside cop cars all over the country. It's one of the greatest reality shows ever. And you hear some of the dumbest things ever out of people being arrested and tested on the side of the road for alcohol and drugs. And I watch. I know this is going to make some people upset. I watch some of the shows on PBS.
This guy.
Some of these are British shows. And I watch cooking shows. Anything Gordon Ramsay does, pretty much anything Gordon Ramsay does, I will watch.
I do like a good cooking show.
Yeah. Who doesn't? I can't wait for Top Chef to return. But already returning is our good friend Guy Ciarrocchi from broadandliberty.com. One of my favorites. If you're not reading Guy's stuff, if you're not following him on social media, I don't know if we can be friends anymore. Coach Guy, how are you, my friend?
Good. I'll second your emotion. We watch on PBS. We watch Doc Martin and Unforgotten. I don't know if you watch either of those.
Unforgotten is Sunday nights at 10 o'clock. It stretches my sleep window. It compresses my sleep window a little bit. It's a very good show.
It is an excellent show. When they changed sort of the lead detective, when the lead female character changed a few seasons back, we weren't sure, but I think it's going well. We enjoy a lot of the British detective series and mysteries, and Doc Martin is sort of your literally fish out of water. It has nothing to do with the Doc Martin shoes, but it's sort of the city doctor that goes to the country, and we find that enjoyable. But yesterday was first weekend of fall softball in earnest. We played a tournament outside of Reading, and I had a blissful 9 hours of softball in fabulous Stonersville, Pennsylvania, and it was thrilling.
Now, Guy, I have to ask. This is a 12-inch, not 16-inch.
Yikes. Henry won for the button. I know that. No, this is regular 12-inch softball. The girls are 12, and we have a 12-inch softball and 40 feet pitching, and we made it to the championship. We lost in international tiebreaker by a run, but our girls
No way.
Twice. Yeah, but it's all right.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Dark. It was getting dark. It was about 7:30 when the final ball landed in the outfield, and I give our team a lot of credit. But by the end, I could barely see the ball. I'm not sure how the girls could.
Well, this was the last weekend until springtime that we have sunlight at 7 o'clock. It's rapidly diminishing, so I get it. I understand it. Now, I referenced 12-inch versus 16-inch because when I grew up in Chicago, we played with the 16-inch softball. And then when I moved to Texas, everybody's like, what are you doing? What is that beach ball you're bringing out here? And you didn't need a glove with the 16-inch softball, but you do with the 12-inch.
Yeah, a lot of sort of the adult leagues or the fun leagues or the weekend leagues use 16-inch balls. A lot of folks don't use a glove. Now, this is for real, and trust me, the girls are even at 12. Some of them are hitting 50, 52 miles an hour pitching, and when the bat comes off, ball comes off the bat, probably comes off with an exit velocity around 65, 70 miles an hour. You want a glove, and if you're an infielder, you want not only a glove, but you want a fielder's mask, because something coming off into your face from maybe 40 feet away at 70 miles an hour, you want a glove and a mask.
Fair point.
I give the girls a lot of credit. Their reaction is much better than mine.
I was going to say that it sounded like you were besmirching those of us who grew up playing 16-inch softball as if we weren't playing in a tough enough league. But it truly was a soft ball. You could actually sleep on it as a pillow at night.
Maybe you have an idea for My Pillow, the My Pillow softball. Maybe there's a whole other avenue. They have a whole untapped audience.
Mike Lindell, if you're listening, you can't sell sheets and pillows and slippers forever. You need to sell the Mike Lindell softball going forward. Let's get into some of the great stuff you've got on Broad and Liberty. I talked earlier today about my reaction to the loss of my friend Charlie Kirk, and it's still hard to process this. And I can only imagine what Erica and his kids are trying to process. Did you know Charlie at all, Guy?
No, I had been to conferences where he was a speaker and events where he was a speaker over the years, CPAC and different things. Some events that Turning Point was a co-sponsor. I never had a chance to meet him. I have a lot of friends who were close to him and a lot of friends who wrote and have talked about it. No, I never had the privilege. I appreciate the work because I got my start in youth politics, college campuses, everything from party activism, but also issues with name that you, maybe others remember, even Morton Blackwell from Virginia, teaching young people how to be organized as conservatives. And so I've always had a soft spot for folks like Charlie that went back to campuses because that's where I got my start, several generations ago. And look, if we thought we had it hard as Republicans in the 80s and 90s, those folks going back today in the last 10 years, I mean, they're doing yeoman's work to show up at campuses today and hold a debate in the way Charlie did publicly. And I always say he was not only challenging the left, but he was teaching conservatives, he was teaching MAGA supporters. This is how we debate. This is what we believe and why. And this is how you persuade people, which at the end of the day, as I said in an Inside Story this week, what he's taught college kids in terms of debate, civil debate, engagement, challenging what you believe, challenging yourself to articulate. What he taught college kids is worth far more in life than what they're spending $500,000 for in University City. Charlie taught people to debate and to be civil, and he challenged people on the right and the left to articulate what they believe and why. So he did a great service. His passing is a great loss, but he has taught many people and inspired even more. And that's why he touched us, and that's why I talk about it and wrote about it, and have another column even again tomorrow, because I think this is another tipping point, I apologize sort of for the pun, but it is another turning point in American public dialogue and American politics. His killing has touched off a nerve that is going to be felt for a long time.
Well, we're talking with Guy Ciarrocchi from Broad and Liberty, the guy who's written more great columns this year than I'll ever write in my life, and a voice of reason on so many topics. But we're talking about, of course, how the murder of Charlie Kirk has changed the discussion in this country. And I don't know if you watched the Kennedy Center event last night. Henry, do you have the Anna Paulina Luna statement from last night?
1 second here.
Okay, this happened last night with a packed house at the Kennedy Center, and it was all about Charlie Kirk, and there were a few members of the cabinet that spoke, and a few members of Congress who spoke. The speaker spoke. Isn't that funny, the speaker speaking? But Anna Paulina Luna had a very powerful statement.
As I sat there next to him, student after student approached the debate, often with heated emotions, but Charlie remained cool, calm, and logical, and one by one, no matter how controversial the question was, he would dismantle them with his reasoning. And that's when I realized something. Charlie Kirk didn't need college. College needed Charlie Kirk.
How true. How true is that? Yeah. And if you watch the clips of Charlie Kirk debating people all around the country for the past decade, you saw that he was not just debating the person across from him, but as Guy has said, educating people on how to handle this kind of discussion. I go back to, I don't think it was Charlie at Berkeley, Guy. I know it was Ann Coulter and somebody else who were supposed to speak at Berkeley. And Berkeley, the home of the free speech movement back in the late 60s, they shattered the windows on the Student Center and prevented free speech from happening. And I wonder if that was one of the catalysts that put Charlie on this change my mind type approach, because it's certainly been going on for a few years.
Yeah, I mean, look, the idea was, no matter what your politics, but we thought you went to college to debate ideas. You thought you went to college to test ideas, to be exposed. I mean, look, people pick colleges for a lot of reasons, but sometimes a student picks college because you say, I really believe in this faith or this mindset, and I want to be there with people I'm comfortable. Other students seek out and say, I want to go somewhere where I meet people I don't see. I grew up in a rural community. I want to go to a city. I grew up in a city. I want to go to a rural community. I want to challenge myself. And Charlie had to bring that back because too often colleges, as you rightly point out, Mike, in the recent years, they allowed sort of the inmates to run the asylum. They allowed the angriest, meanest voices to run things. Riley Gaines had to hide in a room. Ted Cruz's speeches were canceled. Ben Shapiro's appearances were canceled. When Ben Shapiro or Riley Gaines or, Ted Cruz, J.D. Vance went to a campus, Vivek, they would bring puppies to campus and have safe spaces, because what the left was doing was not only mocking free speech, mocking the very essence of the university, but you and I understand what they were doing was planting the seed among students as though these people that are coming here, we really don't want here, and they are dangerous. And when they come here, we're going to give you the day off. We're going to give you cookies, hot chocolate, and puppies because they're bad. What the left has done to higher education, what they've done to academia, was turn it on its head. And it took an outsider to walk in, to sometimes, as we saw in Utah, to sometimes sit outside in the plaza, in the quad, in the courtyard, in the student center, and say, prove me wrong. Let's talk this through. And he was so needed because those things don't happen. Look, Mike, when I was in college at St. Joe's, I had a class in political leadership. And one of the things we had to do was debate the success or failures of a president. And what the professor did very cleverly was made us write down 3 presidents we admired and 3 presidents we didn't. And we didn't realize we were all getting into a trap, because what he went back and said when he assigned your assignment, when he gave the assignments out, is he said, go defend someone you put on your top 3 list that you don't like. So I had to stand up in front of my class and be part of a team and debate the merits of Jimmy Carter. But it was a wonderful experience because it taught me to be a better debater, but it also taught me to understand, step in the other person's shoes. Go back and understand what Jimmy Carter wanted to be and explain it. I don't know that there's anywhere at St. Joe's or anywhere else they still do that now. So Charlie Kirk brought the antidote we needed and brought the mindset, which is why he lit fire that will go on long past him, because now thousands of students want debate. Thousands of students expect debate.
You know, that lesson is one lesson we should apply to every situation, especially if you're going into even a negotiation to try and get more money out of somebody or try and get less money to pay for something. You should play the devil's advocate and work the other side of it. I know I don't have a whole lot of time here the way the afternoon clock is working here, Guy. I want to get to you've got this great piece that came out the day after Charlie was shot, called "We Must Not Become Indifferent." But you've also been keeping me updated on the SEPTA situation. Can we shift gears and talk about local stuff as it relates to SEPTA? Where are we on SEPTA?
So the SEPTA circus has folded its tent. We get a 2-year pause. In the end, Governor Shapiro, acting unilaterally, is going to, by executive order, by executive direction, do what the Senate Republicans had suggested, which is SEPTA has nearly $500 million in reserve for future projects. SEPTA says they have a $250 million deficit in order to function for the next 2 years. Republicans said, take some of the money, we'll change the laws, we'll give you the leeway, take some of the money and move it. Shapiro said that was not a serious proposal. He rejected it out of hand. He realized he didn't have the cards to play, so now he's doing it unilaterally. So again, he does it unilaterally so he can pretend to be the hero. He does it unilaterally and rejects bipartisanship for probably the 10th time in his term. So SEPTA now for 2 years should be able to function. But SEPTA better take the next 2 years to do all the things you and I and others have talked about. SEPTA needs to understand that its ridership is down 72%. SEPTA needs to understand that the percentage that taxpayers pay keeps going higher. Less people are riding. They feel unsafe. They think that there are parts of the suburban station and City Hall station that smell like a urinal. SEPTA needs to get its act together and deal with fare jumpers. Look, and I said this week on Inside Story, I mean, the reality is this. SEPTA has now been given a 2-year reprieve to do what every small business in America has done in the last 5 years, post-COVID, how to reform, how to get more bang for the buck, and how to be more customer-focused. If SEPTA does it, and I'm hoping they do, I ride SEPTA. I understand its value to the economy. I know what it means to working families that don't own cars. So SEPTA is 2 years. I hope they get their act together. If they do, SEPTA will survive and thrive, and it'll be part of our economy and our way of life. If not, in 2 years, the answer won't be no. It will be hell no, because you've been, again, warned. You have 2 years to get your act together to figure it out. It's a bloated bureaucracy that's no longer customer-focused. It needs to be. The clock is ticking. We need 2 years, and like kids, like college kids, they better not wait for 23 months and then try and come up with some, half-brained idea or just beg for more money. I truly hope they figure it out. I'm skeptical. I hope they figure it out. I'm skeptical. They're on notice, and the clock is ticking.
You're SEPTA skeptical. I was trying to put something together there. No portmanteau working there. I'm betting in 2 years we're going to be having the same conversation, unless we have a change in the governor's mansion and maybe a change in City Hall. I don't think that's going to happen, though. But SEPTA, 2-year reprieve, and the governor is he's going to ride in, and I'm guessing he's going to use this politically if he, again, still flexes that presidential aspiration. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Guy Ciarrocchi, always a pleasure, my friend. Thanks for being there. And his stuff, Guy's stuff at Broad and Liberty, is a must for all of you. Please check it out. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow, Broad and Liberty, the second Charlie column. It's what I say. We must end the era of yes, but or you have to understand after a tragedy or a murder. We've heard too much last 48 hours about yes, but. It was horrible, but. The end, that has to end. I have zero tolerance for yes, but. Charlie was murdered. It should not have happened. There's no buts. There's no ends. There's no you have to understand. And so I hope people read it, but I hope more importantly that that's the new expectation in a civil society. There is no, if you don't listen to Guy Ciarrocchi, again, go listen to Senator Fetterman. Crystal clear. Murder is wrong. Period. Hard stop. No buts.
Did you ever think you'd be saying, listen, if you don't listen to me, listen to John Fetterman? Wow. That's a great connection. Guy, thank you so much. I will be looking forward to tomorrow's column, part 2 on Charlie Kirk. Thank you, sir. There he goes, and here I go. It's 22 minutes after 1 o'clock. You want to join the conversation, you can. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. It's Opelka in for Dom on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
The Drive into Fall sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, you can get an ultra-low payment lease on a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe. Only $349 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2024 Dodge Hornet RT and lease for just $179 a month for 24 months. But hurry in, these offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Listen up, football fans. You want one? Never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Free speech lives here. The Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is 1:28 on a Monday, a stunning Monday, September 15th. I noticed today, and Henry, maybe you can double check this. Hispanic Heritage Month starts today.
In the middle of the month?
That doesn't make sense to me. I got an alert on my phone that said Hispanic Heritage Month starts today. And I'm thinking, what? Something fishy about that. Double check that. Anyway.
Yeah, it's the observance began as a week in 1968 under Lyndon B. Johnson, was expanded to a month in 1988. It goes from September 15th to October 15th.
So technically, boy, this is genius. I got to give it to the Hispanic Heritage people. You got 2 months. You got a slice of 2 months.
Yeah.
So you got 2 weeks in September and 2 weeks in October. Wow. That's it. That's good stuff. I tip my Trump cap to you, which is one of my favorite Trump caps. I was right all along. We'll get back to some of that stuff. I've been not paying attention to the phones, and many of you have called in. 855-839-1210 is the number. Let's go to Don in Franconia. Been on hold for a while. Don, thanks for hanging.
My pleasure, Michael. Let me thank you for giving up the opportunity to chase that little ball around that green grass, and instead you're adding a little green to your wallet, which I think is a pretty good compromise.
I'm a capitalist. Deep in my heart, I'm a capitalist. And there'll be more golf if there's more radio.
And you still have some light when the show's over.
That's true. And after this past weekend's debacle, I might need to go to the range. But what's on your mind, Don?
I'm going to make a statement. Out of tragedy comes opportunity. And I'm referring, of course, to Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I know you alluded to this gentleman a little earlier, but the governor, Spencer Cox of Utah, has certainly seized this opportunity to increase his leadership or get involved with a lot of people. A lot of people are hearing about him that otherwise would have never knew he existed.
Yeah, Spencer Cox, the omnipresent governor of the state of Utah, I think has currently an outsized role in the reporting of all the progress. This seems to me like this should be a law enforcement function. I understand governors have a leadership role, but I feel like we should be hearing from the FBI and from the local sheriffs and maybe the local PD, but the county and the city law enforcement, and as well as some of the campus, even though it's the largest campus in Utah, they only had 6 security officers on duty that day. And so it feels like that governor was on every channel. Henry, do I have a clip or two from Governor Cox?
Yes.
Pick one of them. Just give it to us. This is the Utah governor who appeared pretty much on every Sunday show.
Governor, you told the Wall Street Journal that Tyler Robinson was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. Have investigators uncovered evidence to show that?
Well, so far that has come from his acquaintances and his family members. That's where that initial information has come from. Certainly, there will be much more information that is released in the charging documents as they're bringing all of that together. Just like to remind people that press conference on Friday, we had been up all night trying to get as much as we could in a very short amount of time. We're collecting much more, including forensic evidence that is coming back from Quantico that will help us tie the shooter to the weapon and everything else. So that's all being processed right now, and there will be much more information on Tuesday when that document is filed with the courts.
That was ABC and Martha Raddatz. You have another one, Henry? Because I just want to prove he really was everywhere. If you have another one, play that.
And anything new on the investigation? You say he admitted that, confessed?
No, not again. He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important.
It is important, but I really feel like that we're getting a little too much of this guy, and I'm wondering, does this Governor Cox thinks that he might have presidential timber, Don? Is that what you're kind of implying yourself?
Well, I'm saying that he certainly is getting a lot of national exposure, which is certainly would be helpful to him or anybody under these circumstances to do exactly what you just alluded to. Yes, no question about it.
Yeah, he was elected. This is only his second term, and he's not term limited. Now, Utah, once you're the governor, that's pretty much the peak, unless you maybe want to run for a Senate seat. But there's only 50 governors and there are 100 senators. So maybe he's got a thought that he's got vice presidential timber or even presidential timber going forward. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I don't either, Michael. But if he does, he certainly got that exposure, which is going to help him. Because I mean, I would have never known who he was. Maybe you wouldn't have either.
No,
so
well, I have friends who work in radio who've known him forever, and they were talking about him before, but not on this point, at this level. He certainly has been everywhere, and I really think it's either nothing else is going on in Utah, and therefore he can take the lead on this, or he's kind of muscled his way in. Because I think this is really Cash Patel or Dan Bongino's milieu, and I would rather hear from Dan or Cash on this, but the governor's got the ball right now. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it, Don.
One more thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back in time a little bit, but this tragedy certainly has unleashed the silent majority for the good, hasn't it?
I think you're right. And if you watched Erica's address on Saturday, 16 minutes of the newly widowed Erica Kirk, it was one of the most powerful and empowering videos I've seen in a long time. I don't know how she did it. I don't know how she held it together. And I was doing pretty good until she said that when her daughter looked at her last night and said, "Where's Daddy?" Boy, I lost it. But then she released the video of herself before they closed Charlie's coffin. And she was laying on top of his body. And you just can't even imagine what's going through her mind. But there are now...
I don't know how she did it. I don't either. Know how she did it.
Faith.
And
has to be faith.
Not only that, you asked me if I watched it. I watched it for a while until the tears coming out of my eyes blurred my vision beyond my ability to see what was going on.
It was very difficult. Very difficult. Now, next Sunday, there will be, I believe, and we can get the venue. Is it Sun Devil Stadium, Henry, where they're holding the big memorial for Charlie?
Let me look into this.
And I believe President Trump said he will be attending. And that's 60,000 people. And you know that will be packed. It's going to have to be a security nightmare, but that's going to be pretty powerful.
It's at State Farm Stadium in Arizona,
State Farm.
home of the Cardinals.
Okay. I can't keep up with it all. But President Trump will be there.
That's scary to have him out there around all those people under this these circumstances. I hope they can come up with a bulletproof something or other encasement that he can be in when he goes and does this kind of stuff. Because
they did at the convention, Don. Remember after he was shot in Butler, when they went to the convention, they did have some bulletproof structure around him, and maybe he could borrow a Pope mobile and come riding in on that. Although the presidential limo, also known as the Beast, is fairly substantial and I think impervious to most military firepower. But thank you, Don. Appreciate you being there. Let's grab one more call here.
Maybe take a break real quick.
Okay, we got to take a break. I'm sorry. I'm getting long-winded. When we come back, we'll go back to the phones. Kevin and Bucks, Bo in Levittown. We'll get to all of it. It's Opelka. And I got some thoughts about what's going on in the chat room. It's Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, and I'm thrilled to tell you the great news that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even you've been putting off seeing the dentist, or you're a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Now, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, happy with what he and his team have done for me and my oral health. You'll get on that same road to great dental health, that smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment now, 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com, BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
The quiet and warm conditions continue across the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine with a high temperature above average at 83. For tonight, comfortable, partly cloudy, low 64 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, becoming mostly cloudy, it'll be cooler with a high of around 74.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is 1:42 on this Monday afternoon. Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano. Thanks for being here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I'll tell you what, I am busier than a one-legged man at a butt-kicking contest, but I will not neglect the phones. So many of you calling in today. Thank you. 855-839-1210. Let's check in with our friend Kevin in Bucks. Hello, Dr. Pulse.
Doctor, you flatter me with your wisdom. So real quick, always bullet points because I don't want to waste your time. Ran into Newman Price, and he finally did explain testudo to me, so I'm very grateful to him on Friday when he explained that to me.
Oh, very good. Very good. Thank you, Newman.
Yes, finally, yes. Thank you, Newman. So I called because you had mentioned something about the Ann Coulter. So if I remember correctly, about 10 years ago, Rich was at Berkeley, and Ann Coulter were to be, subjunctive case, were to be the keynote speaker, but because of the threats and everything, she bowed out, and that is why, to this day, a Miss Dawn Sendlin does not. And I will always find a Ann Coulter book and buy it and give it to Dawn as a parting joke.
Well, I've met Ann on several occasions. We used to trade emails. I found her engaging, but then she seemed to fall off a cliff. And I've never been able to find out really why. And it seems to be of her own choosing. So I'm going to reach out to her today because I haven't heard from her via email or seen her in person in a couple of years. So I will check in on that. And speaking of you, Kevin, I got to say, Kevin has been very diligent in trying to help me out. My wife runs a children's theater in Wilmington, Delaware, called the Delaware Children's Theater. What a creative name. And it's a nonprofit. Kevin's been offering to help us out, and we've just been very busy. Kevin, you should show up Saturday night. We're having a benefit show. There's wine, there's cheese, there's singing, and we're raising money for the theater. And I will sit and have a glass of wine with you, and we can entertain thoughts in it. And anyone else is welcome to come to the Delaware Children's Theater.
I will try and work. I'll try and work on that. But right now, I just got a recent full-time job working as the president of Ideas. Most people call it the chief marketing officer for another charity for all intents and purposes, people who have to evacuate their bowels in a colostomy bag. So that's my main charity now that I run, and we hold raffles. We have a Donald Trump one going on right now, a collection. And,
wow.
But yeah, anything I can do for the theater, you let me know, right? I can't promise the travel. I don't travel well. But
it's exit 8 off 95 at Delaware. It's not very far.
Yeah, I know, but it's just a matter of distance with insurance and mileage and things like that. That's the only reason. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to catching up.
Well, good luck with the new gig, and thanks for being there. And thanks for the education on Ann Coulter and Dawn. Although if there were to be a wrestling match, my money would definitely be on Dawn. Because Ann Coulter's like a little stick. You can just snap her like a twig. But and not that Dawn is big. No, not at all. Dawn's very healthy. I'm gonna get myself in trouble, Kevin. But thank you.
All right, I'll reach out to you.
GregStalkerSucks.com. Greg Stalker
Did you see the T-shirt? Did you see the T-shirt that I created?
I did.
I was gonna wear it on Friday, and it came too late. It arrived yesterday.
I saw that it got sent back to you. Thank you. I'm up against the clock again. Thank you, Kevin. Do I have time for Bo in Levittown?
Let's go to break again, and then we'll come back. We can take both.
Bo, you'll be the first person I talk to after the break. It's Michael Pelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Our office computers were from like 2012.
What? They had computers then?
Yeah, I don't know much about new tech.
Apparently.
So I went to Staples and saved big on an AI-powered HP laptop and HP OfficeJet Pro printer, which also came with 3 months of free instant ink.
And we're back in this century. During Staples HP Tech Event, save up to 35% on HP printers and up to 40% on AI-powered HP PCs.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. Into 11/1 select models only.
Get ready for
your workouts will...
Stay tuned for...
Are you tired of...
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The kids are back at school, so it's time to get back to style at Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code STYLE2025 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their Hatfield showroom. Open 7 days a week. Sale runs through the 20th, excludes gift cards and new arrivals.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Michael Pelka in for Dom Giordano on the Dom Show. So happy to be here today and enjoying so many of you sharing your thoughts, even when we disagree. I'm okay with that, as long as you're not taking shots at me, and I'm not being cavalier. I'm being honest. I'm supposed to give a speech in San Antonio in 5 weeks, and it's a public event, and I anticipate it'll be attended by a couple hundred people, And a friend of mine asked, aren't you nervous after what happened to Charlie Kirk? And I said, no, I really don't think so. I really, first of all, I'm not that high-powered of a target. Just throwing that out there. Let's get back to the phones before time gets away with us. From us, Bo is in Levittown. Hello, Bo. Welcome to Talk Radio
Hello,
1210.
Mike. First of all, I'd like to say I'm doing well. First of all, I'd like to say I'm very happy it's not Mike Opelka in for Gary Arnell.
You know what? There were some very interesting comments in the YouTube chat room, and you guys in the YouTube chat room are very clever. I just want to say.
First of all, I'd like to. Is any Republican going out there and burning down cities or businesses or lighting police cars on fire after what happened to Charlie last week? Peaceful vigils. Nobody's blocking traffic.
No,
it's just how our side is, and I feel bad in saying our side, but it's gotten to the point, and Rich Ciolia said it, where nonpartisanship, isn't going to work because of the crazy lefty loons that have taken over my parents. I'll call it my parents' Kennedy Democrat Party. There's nobody rational to pick up the mantle in that and talk back to these individuals. The other person that makes me crazy, and want your opinion on it, is Martha Raddatz, when she says that President Trump hasn't called out all the misgivings that the right is doing. Now, to me, I only see it being one-sided. And the other thing that she makes me crazy on, and George Snuffleupagus says, where's your evidence, when they take anything that any Democrat or lefty says just based on fact?
Well, next hour, we're going to get into it, but over the last 72 hours, Jazzy Jasmine Crockett has said, where is the proof? Where is the evidence that we're the violent ones? So we have the montage. We'll play that next hour. And it is kind of funny. And Martha Raddatz is there to do a job, and that is whatever George Snuffleupagus tells her to do. And it is an agenda-driven broadcast. It's not a journalistic-driven broadcast. That's obvious. So that's where we are. You had one other point before that I was going to interrupt you on. What were you talking about just before then?
Oh, I was talking about the fact that the right doesn't blow things up or burn down buildings.
If you want proof, and I do think we're going to see the next move from Turning Point, and they are going to keep the tour going that Charlie had just started a week ago tomorrow. They're going to keep that tour going that's going all across America to try and get America back on track again towards faith and family and conservatism and following the Constitution. But I really think it's going to be service-focused. And you also mentioned your parents' party of John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy would not be welcomed in today's Democrat Party. He would be thrown out of the party. They would have drummed him out. And this is a time for choosing. And so I'm going to throw this out right now. I've been a registered independent for a decade because I had some issues with the Republican Party. I tended to lean more towards libertarian principles. Since Charlie's death, and I've had soul searching over the past 6 days of this, I am registering as a Republican going forward. I can't be a registered independent. I have to be a Republican because if I don't choose, I will be on the other side.
I would agree with you. And most of us growing up in Levittown, which was a beautiful place to grow up in, most of us started out as Democrats. And a lot of my friends and things like that have moved on.
In Chicago, when we were growing up, there were two pictures on the walls of every Chicago home, and that was JFK and Dr. King. Those were side by side on the walls in most of the homes in our neighborhood growing up. And we know that JFK would be thrown out of the party. Dr. King, they'd probably give him a free pass. I gotta take a break. Second hour is wrapped up here. I promise you I will get to that Jasmine Crockett montage. We'll talk about the Emmys. And, Henry, am I wrong? Is the Earl of Tacony lurking somewhere out there?
Oh, he's there.
Oh, we'll get to him, too. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles want to remind you that the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles ends September 30th. That's $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5, or i7. What about a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Browse their extensive vehicle collection at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
It is 2:01 on this Monday morning. Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano. Thanks for being here. It's just a stunning day. I would encourage you, take your phone, take the Odyssey app or the iHeartRadio app and go outside and suck up some of that free vitamin D. We only get the free vitamin D in this area until about October 15th. So you have about a month left. of the free vitamin D. And it'll help you. It'll make you better. And then, while you're out taking a walk, you listen to Ciarrocchi. He's going to be here next. I have it on good authority. He told me because he's been monitoring me, checking in during the show. And he's welcome to do a crossover. We all know how much he likes doing the crossovers at the end of the show. Right, Henry? He loves that.
He loves it. And he always tells me how much he loves getting on 10 minutes early to talk with you.
Yeah, it's only a 4-hour show, so what's 10 more minutes, right? Wouldn't that be fun? Because, I'm fun, right? I'm a fun guy.
Yeah. This show's fun. I'm having a blast.
Yeah, we are. We're having a good time. Sorry, Rich. You know what I would like to see, and I know I'm talking out of school here. For years and years and years, and Susie Cool, who I also think is listening, one of the great PHT listeners, Susie Cole will back me up on this. Rich has the Ciarrocchi Army, and he's had it forever and ever and ever, probably 10 years, right? Afternoons, and they were there in the morning too. This loyal fan base of so many of you who call yourselves members of the Ciarrocchi Army. And it was about 2 years ago, Dan Bongino went national with his radio show, and it was doing pretty well. And, Dan's a friend. Got to say this. Total honesty. And he kind of appropriated the Army thing and started the Bongino Army. And Rich I don't think he's ever said out loud, but I was mad for Rich. I was upset because the Ciarrocchi Army was there ahead of the Bongino Army.
Easily.
And now that Bongino doesn't have a show, I kind of think it's time to bring back the Bongino Army merchandise. Don't you think? Maybe.
I didn't even realize we weren't selling it anymore.
I don't know if we are, but I don't think there's been as much of an accent on it. Because, if someone's got this national show versus a local show, and you suddenly start have the same language towards your fans or your listening base, there's going to be someone go, you stole that. When in reality, Rich had it first. I'm just saying. So I think it's time to return the Ciarrocchi Army to its appropriate place.
Return to glory, baby. Let's go.
Come on. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. All right, before we get to some of the clips, I have a host of clips I want to share with you. I want to make sure we check in with the one, the only, the Earl of Tykone. Good afternoon, Earl.
Hey, Mike. I'll try not to get dumped this time. If I start my own show, can I call it the Earl Force?
Oh, Earl Force. Well, you could call your plane Earl Force One.
But the reason I'm calling is last time I called you and I got dumped. I have another song. You had a song last time I talked to you about why Rich doesn't work on Fridays.
Well, it wasn't my song. That was from Newman Price, and I think it's pretty good. Yeah.
But you'd been selling it free of charge.
Yeah.
So I wanted to know if you wanted to hear my version of why Rich doesn't work on Fridays.
Well, sure. Why not? Why can't we have a song competition for why Rich doesn't work on Fridays?
Unfortunately, I wrote it back when you first did Newman Price's song, so it is about a school shooter, unfortunately.
Now, see, how dare you not rewrite? You got. Let me share.
It's not the. No, it's I don't like Mondays by the Boomtown Rats.
Yes, Sir Bob Geldof.
Yes. Well, I'm not gonna transport the lyrics to another tune. It's just I'm just letting you know ahead of time that it is the music comes from a song about a school shooting, unfortunately. But,
Fair point. Fair point.
You have to notify the audience ahead of time. But anyway, Rich is a pro with a radio show, and you think that he would learn. If he takes off too many days a week, they'll refer to him as Howard Stern.
Ooh.
Oh, look, here's another guest host with an audience he didn't earn. There could be a reason. What could be the reason? The reason he doesn't do his show? Oh. Tell me why Rich won't work Fridays. Tell me why Rich won't work Fridays. Tell me why Rich won't work Fridays. Just like you. Ooh. He's out of town.
That's pretty darn good. And we all know the melody, so that's very good. You don't need to do too much more on that one. I think you should go to work on that. Get that done. That's well constructed.
Well, I have another verse. Unfortunately, I have too many archaic references in it that only you and me would really understand.
I don't know. There's a couple other dinosaurs in the audience.
Well, do you want the second verse?
Sure, why not?
Oh, boy.
Rich has a friend. His name is Jim, and Fela has a show on Fox. Rich may be leaving radio and get a job on the idiot box. Rich likes to think he's Walter Winchell, but they treat him like he's Wally Cox. And then it goes on about how he gets bumped from Fox all the time. But I don't think anyone's going to know Walter Winchell or Wally Cox in that reference.
Pretty safe. That's a pretty safe reference. Those are two dinosaurs that we're going to have to work on changing those names. But I see what you're saying, because you're saying bumped on Fox. So you need something that rhymes with Fox, and Wally Cox fits the bill. Wally Cox, nobody knows Wally Cox. Even people who remember the Hollywood Squares are probably not as many of them with us at this point.
Even people who watched the show who didn't even know who he was. So
that's true. But good stuff. That's Earl. You've done admirable work, and maybe that's the answers that Rich has a competition to see who could come up with the best song about Rich not working on Fridays. Maybe we'll talk about it on the crossover.
I'm sure he'll love it. We have a relationship, me and Rich.
Good. It might not be a healthy one, but it's a relationship, and that counts.
No, it is sad and troubled. Yes, it is. Sad
and troubled. Well done. Well, thank you, Earl. It's always great when you participate. I appreciate it. The great Earl of Tacony. Thank you. I want to get to a couple of things that caught my attention from the weekend, throughout the weekend. A lot of it dealt with Charlie Kirk and the response yesterday. Of course, last night at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., there was a pretty solemn event that also had a very uplifting feel to it. And there were members of the cabinet that were in attendance. There were just regular civilians in attendance. And one of the most interesting things that I saw was a 14-year-old kid who was in line for the prayer vigil for Charlie Kirk, and a reporter just walked up and started interviewing the kid. You got to check this out.
Young man, you want to say why you're here, what Charlie Kirk meant to you?
He was my idol. Like, I remember watching his videos, wanting to be like him. Like, I would just see the way he would debate, and he would stay calm while the left was just yelling at him, and he was just so nice about it. And then they hated him so much because he knew he was right, but they just didn't want to admit it. So they ended up hating him, and they just killed him for it.
What's your name? How old are you?
I'm Bryson Levy. I'm 14.
Man, wow. God bless you. But where are you from?
I'm from here, Oakton.
Man,
we can cut it right there.
On Bryson.
Bryson Levy, 14 years old. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you can see that's a young African-American kid. And 14 years old, got more common sense than pretty much everybody who marched in the Black Lives Matter marches. He gets it. At the age of 14, write that name down, Bryson Levy. Probably going to be hearing about Bryson Levy in the future. Reminds me of another young African-American conservative named C.J. Pearson, who used to have the same kind of presence when we'd see him at CPAC years and years and years ago. And now C.J. Pearson actually considering a run for Congress, and he has the same kind of clarity. But that just, that kind of hit me. The other part of it, and Henry, you're watching that clip, I was thinking, if I'm that kid, I'm going, all these people are walking past me. All these, I've been waiting in line for 2 hours. Now everybody behind me, I hope they move them to the front of the line.
Yeah, he should have kept the interview and moved with him. He's like, can you walk with me as we're doing this?
No, he had
a long time.
The guy had a cabled microphone, so he had to stop the kid. I felt bad for the kid. He was kind of getting the short end of the stick there, but the kid was great. It was great. And then inside, there were some terrific messages. Speaker Mike Johnson talking to the crowd, and you could tell it was an emotional moment for the speaker as well.
See, Charlie loved a vigorous debate, but he loved people more. Charlie, that's right. Charlie was never motivated by hate. I mean, he could clean the clock of anybody in a debate. We all know it. But you know what he did? After those debates, he was always the first person to reach out a hand of friendship or to offer an arm around the shoulder of someone who he felt was lost. Because in many places, in many cases, the people he was debating were indeed lost, not just philosophically, but spiritually. And Charlie knew the truth, and he knew that eternity awaits us all. We know exactly where Charlie is right now. That's right.
You could tell it was hitting him in the gut as well. Powerful words. There were a couple of speakers last night who I think knocked it out of the park. One of them being a very unlikely source, and that was the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert Kennedy. And I want to start with the Secretary, and there's no shortage of historical importance of this night, as you have Robert Kennedy at the Kennedy Center, named because the Kennedy family deeply involved in American politics, as well as the parallel of tragedies of assassinations that hit the Kennedy family and now Charlie Kirk. And Robert Kennedy talking about stopping the violence.
And I had a conversation once with Charlie where we were talking about the danger that we both faced from challenging entrenched interests. And he asked me if I was scared to die. And I said to him, there's a lot worse things than dying. And one of those... and chief among those is losing our constitutional rights and having our children raised in slavery. And I said to him at that time, I said, sometimes our only consolation is that we can die with our boots on. We can die fighting for these things. Charlie gave his life so that the rest of us would not have to suffer those fates worse than death. Now it's our job, he's no longer there to lead us, to rush in and fill the breach and win this battle for our country, for God, and for our families. Thank you.
I will tell you, I did not expect to hear that from Robert Kennedy. I did not expect to hear Robert Kennedy. If you would have gone back a year and a half ago when RFK Jr. was trying to run as a Democrat, and the Democrat Party didn't want him to run. They didn't want him to primary Biden because they knew it would have exposed Biden's brain and its feeble condition. But if you would have told me back then, when Kennedy was an independent candidate, that he will sidle up to Donald Trump and then he will be supporting the faith initiatives and the freedom initiatives of the GOP, I would have said, you're drunk. You need to take an Uber home right now. And last night at the Kennedy Center, RFK Jr. actually explained how critical Charlie Kirk was to the unification with President Trump.
And over the next couple of years, our friendship blossomed. He ended up being the primary architect of my unification with President Trump, which I did my endorsement at his rally, at the Turning Point rally in Scottsdale. And he was the one who put the sparklers on the stage when I shook that. He made a big show of it, but
I remember that moment, and I'm sure many of you do too. I do think that was one of the pivot points in the election last year when RFK Jr. switched parties and aligned with President Trump. And you remember how that looked with all the sparklers going off and the fireworks. It was It was a well-produced show. So Charlie Kirk, not just a good individual when it came to policy and faith in the Constitution, he understood, as Donald Trump does, the value of the show to get the people's attention as well. That was a surprise. One more speaker. I would have played you all of Caroline Levit's address last night. The press secretary spoke for 7.5 minutes. It's worth your while to find it online. But one of the true surprises of this administration, which the left like to say Donald Trump has really closed off his administration and doesn't have any thinkers from outside of the box. Well, let's remember, he has people who ran against him for president from the other side. Robert Kennedy Jr. was running initially as a Democrat, then as an independent, against Donald Trump. Tulsi Gabbard ran as a Democrat against Donald Trump. And now she's on the cabinet. She's there as the director of national intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard last night talking about the people who feel hate and the emptiness that they have.
Those who are full of anger and hopelessness and hate right now, some of them protesting outside this hall today, unfortunately, they do not have the spiritual happiness that Charlie experienced. They're empty. And this is where their anger is coming from. It is their rejection of God, their desire to be God, and therefore they have made God their enemy. I have hope today that every one of us will do our best to shine the light of God's love in our lives and in our work, that we will treat each other with aloha, respect, and stand strong and unshakable in the defense of our God-given rights and freedoms. May God bless you all, and may God bless this great nation. Aloha.
Pretty powerful. Very powerful stuff from Tulsi Gabbard. I really believe Tulsi Gabbard is a huge part of the future of the GOP. She was a huge part of that event last night at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. I have to take a break. I have so much more to get to, and I promise you we'll have to have some fun with the Emmys. I know Don doesn't do a lot about showbiz and entertainment, but he does do one thing every day at this time, does he not, Henry?
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone? Well, Mike, you couldn't be more correct about that. Yeah, we are doing the Money Melody today, and the winner of today's Money Melody will be getting a $50 gift card to Qdoba Mexican Eats, known for bold, customizable flavors like hand-smashed guacamole, our signature 3-cheese queso, and entrees from tacos and burrito bowls to quesadillas and salads. Visit Qdoba.com. All right, so no side question today to tie this into, so I went back in history, saw what was going on today in music history. This day in 1968, the Doors were forced to perform as a trio at a concert in Amsterdam after lead man Jim Morrison collapsed while dancing during the Jefferson Airplane performance before them. So I'm going to play you what I think is probably my favorite song of the Doors, Roadhouse Blues. However, it's not going to be sung by the Doors. No, I want this cover artist who's singing Roadhouse Blues today. Something about this cover artist, she was a teen pop star, and you know what? She's not in the headlines right now, but her father is. Her father is in the headlines right now because he has a new relationship. He has a new relationship with a famed actress. So I'm going to play you this teen pop star, former teen pop star, with another famous dad who is also in the music business, who is now dating an actress. I want to know this cover artist of The Doors. Take a listen.
I was going to say Debbie Gibson, but I don't think her father was in the business.
I don't even know who that is. So it's safe to say that Debbie Gibson is not today's answer. But if you think you do know today's answer about who this pop star is, give us a ring, 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
It's Nick Cale here. Have you been thinking about driving an electric vehicle? Well, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group want you to lock in your $7,500 federal EV tax credit before it ends. That's $7,500 towards the purchase of a new Hyundai Ioniq 5, 6, or 9, a Volkswagen ID4 or ID Buzz, a Genesis GV60 or GV70, and more. Visit your local Piazza dealer before September 30th to take advantage of the EV tax credit and inquire about additional savings. Shop their impressive selection today at PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1979. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1979. That's 800-777-1979. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dawn Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
It is 2:26. It's the Dom Giordano Show, Pelka. And Henry, do we have people that are thinking they know who? Do we have to play the clue again, don't we?
Yeah, let's play it again one more time just so people can hear.
All right.
I want the name of this cover artist covering The Doors here. Yeah, I think it's a very recognizable voice, and then paired with the hint I gave today, I think a lot of people will know it. So, without further ado, let's get it started here. Tom and Trevos, your caller number 1 today. Tom, who is singing the Money Melody?
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
Super. Who do you think that is, Tommy?
I'm going to take a shot here just from the description, and it sounds like to me it could be Miley Cyrus, maybe.
You are correct, sir. Yes. Henry, tell Tom what he's won.
He's won a $50 gift card to Qdoba. Congrats to Tom. We've been playing again for that, I think, all week. So keep your ears out. Yeah. Keep your ears out if you like eating a Qdoba.
I love me some Qdoba. It's great stuff. Really great stuff. That's exciting. Congratulations, Tom. Well done, sir. Well done. Yeah, I was going to say, if it wasn't Debbie Gibson, but then her dad was not in the music business, I don't even think he was in the picture. And I don't think it was Tiffany. Remember Tiffany Darwish? Does that name ring a bell, Henry?
No, you're losing me.
I think we're alone now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know.
She sang in a mall, and then it became viral before it was viral.
Mm-hmm.
So now Tiffany and Deborah Gibson. She's now Deborah Gibson. She's not Debbie Gibson anymore. She was 13 when she had her first hit. But Miley was like 13 as well, right?
Oh, yeah. And then, of course, becoming Hannah Montana, and then who could forget the VMAs in 2013 where she changed her whole persona, kind of come back now to the mainstream now. But no, we're more talking about her dad with this clue today. Yeah, Billy Ray Cyrus. Miley Cyrus affirms their his new relationship with, you guessed it, Elizabeth Hurley.
Wait a minute. Billy Ray Cyrus, Mr. Achy Breaky Heart.
Yeah, Achy Breaky Heart.
Achy Breaky Billy Ray is in a relationship with the 60-year-old smoke show that is Elizabeth Hurley?
That is correct, yes.
There's something wrong. Can you imagine the collision of the accents? Because she's British.
Oh,
she's
my
very
gosh.
British.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Hey, get in here, girl. I need to talk to you. I beg your pardon, sir. Did you have any great poupon at the nightstand?
So Elizabeth's that posh? That sounded very formal. That sounded like I was coming from Buckingham Palace.
It does. It does. Well, Downton Abbey hit the theaters this weekend for its 19th closing. They've had so many finales. You think they're retiring from the NBA or something. Well, that's good. That's good. Good for Billy Ray Cyrus.
Seriously.
God bless you, Billy Ray Cyrus. I hope you don't give Elizabeth Hurley an achy breaky heart. Oh, my God. I'm shook. I'm genuinely shook by this news that Billy Ray is in a relationship with Elizabeth Hurley, mind you. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Okay. Wait, speaking of awards, and you brought up, what was the VMAs? That was MTV when they...
MTV, VMAs, one of those two, yeah. Or that's the same award show, yeah.
So last night was the award show on CBS. They had the Emmy Awards. And if you've never listened to me before, you may or may not know that I have a history with the Emmy Awards, predominantly the daytime Emmy Awards, because my wife was a soap opera writer for years, and she's got one of those big old Emmy Awards, which the points on them, they could be a weapon. I don't think you should be allowed to take them on a plane, but they are something to behold when you're at those award shows. And they definitely have a plan for what they're doing, and it doesn't include our agenda. Let's just say it doesn't include our agenda at all. And last night there was something that happened during the presentation of the awards that caught my attention, and that was the outstanding talk show host for late night, because they have a daytime talker award and then they have a late night talk show award. And the winner, not a surprise, but there's something about the presentation that was a surprise. We may have to stop and start this after the award is given. Can you cue that up for us there? Sorry. There's only 2 nominees? There's only 2?
Those 3, right? We got
Jon
Stewart,
Jon Stewart,
Kimmel, and our good friend Stevie.
Okay, it felt like they did. Did they mention John? Okay, so
but
doesn't Jon Stewart only do, and the other guys who are working late night shows like Fallon? doesn't get nominated. Jimmy Fallon didn't get nominated. And who's the other guy? Seth what's his
Rogen?
name?
Or not Seth Rogen, Seth Meyers.
Seth Meyers doesn't get nominated. And certainly the guy who does better than all of them, Greg Gutfeld, doesn't get nominated. Huh. Funny how that works out. Well, you know, part of the deal do you know how the daytime Emmys work? Do you know how they come up with the nominations?
I do not.
You are only allowed to vote for people or nominate people within your discipline. So if you are a member of a staff on a late night show, you're allowed to nominate your own favorites in that milieu. So you can nominate people in late night only for best producer, best show, best writer, best host, etc. How many people did Stephen Colbert have working on his show?
Oh boy, I have a feeling it's a high number.
It was 200.
Oh man.
And I think they said that was a low number, a low estimate.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Colbert had 200 people working on the show, so they're all allowed to nominate their boss. And trust me, at the network levels, I know this from experience, you get a lot, roundabout Emmy nomination time, you get a memo from the home office that says, here are the shows that we produce, and we would be very happy if they would get nominated. And so you have to nominate your own self for these things. So Colbert, the darling of the far left, gets nominated along with Jimmy Kimmel, the other darling of the left. And, guess who wins? Go ahead and continue.
With the new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even you've been putting off seeing the dentist, or you're a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Now, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, happy with what he and his team have done for me and my oral health. You'll get on that same road to great dental health, that smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment now, 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com, BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference. Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
The quiet and warm conditions continue across the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine with a high temperature above average at 83. For tonight, comfortable, partly cloudy, low 64 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, becoming mostly cloudy, it'll be cooler with a high of around 74.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Is that Billy Ray?
What gave it away?
The pedal steel guitar somewhere in there. It's Mike Opelka for Dom Giordano, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I'm in here warming up for Zioli, who'll be here. I guess we haven't confirmed the crossover, right, Henry? That's not happening.
No, I haven't received word back, no.
I was told, don't hold your breath, you don't look good in blue. That's exactly what was said to me. Do not hold your breath, you don't look good in blue. Which is, I would show it to you on the screen, but there were some other words included in there that I'm not going to repeat.
Some FCC violations.
Yes, I was bleeped last time or dumped last time, as they say, which is kind of interesting. We were talking about the Emmys, the evening at Primetime Emmy Awards, which were on primetime last night on CBS. I don't know if anybody watched. We didn't check any ratings. Maybe we'll do that while I'm yammering on here. And there was one more moment that got some attention in the Emmys, and it was at the end of a speech by a young lady who won for the show Hacks. Now, I said earlier I really didn't know any of the shows that won last night, and the majority of the winners last night were all streaming service shows. They were on Apple TV or Paramount or Hulu, and yeah, I watched some of the Hulu stuff, but it's usually British procedural murder shows, those kinds of things, mysteries. So this show, Hacks, which features the brilliant Jean Smart. I don't know anything about Jean Smart's politics, but I know that her co-star, Hannah What's-Her-Face, apparently... Einbinder. I know. Listen to how Reba McEntire says the name, because she didn't know how to pronounce it either. But listen to the end of this speech from Hannah Einbinder.
I just want to say, finally...
And there you go. You get played off by the band Go Birds, Bleep Ice, and Free Palestine. So that got the biggest round of applause at the end. I did see there was one actor in the crowd that was wearing the keffiyeh, the scarf of the
Javier Bardem.
Javier Bardem. I didn't realize who it was. And then I believe he took it off at one point, so he didn't want to be photographed with it. But he was hosting an awards ceremony, and I wish he was hosting all of them.
Use it as a platform to make a political speech, right? You're in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg. So, if you win, right, come up, accept your little award, thank your agent and your God, and f*** off, okay?
I wish that were the rules, but no, they're not. So they politicized it. Did anybody look up the ratings? If they released the overnight ratings?
I do not see them in front of me now.
No, I think it's probably not going to be a big winner against Sunday Night Football, even though the game was kind of an inconsequential game. But we will see. We will see what happens.
I mean, I didn't even know it was on. I think that's just bad.
Though at the Emmys?
Yeah.
Well, it was on CBS. And not exactly burning up the ratings these days.
Yeah, I guess not.
Just saying. There was something we teased from Jasmine Crockett, who's not going to have a job in Congress once the gerrymandering is done and the next midterm elections happen just a little over a year from now, because her district is no more. I'm sorry I'm laughing about it, but it couldn't happen to a nicer person. She's not a pleasant person at all. And Jasmine Crockett was on the Charlemagne the God show last week, and this is all in the aftermath of the murdering of Charlie Kirk. And she made a statement that then was debunked by several people in the media, including Will Cain. Let's hear that.
Never said anything to invoke violence, and I challenge somebody to go and find a clip of a Democrat invoking violence.
Challenge accepted.
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump.
Maybe Donald Trump will go away. Maybe he'll go to jail. Maybe he will die.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country.
This year, this country could very well go the way of Germany in the 1930s.
Comparing the tactics of Donald Trump to Mussolini and Hitler is a very legitimate thing.
I don't care what Elon Musk is doing behind a presidential seal. In this country, we hate Nazis.
We have a Timmu Hitler in the White House right now that thinks that he is going to become the dictator of the United States. Listen, Donald Trump is a piece of shit. Okay, we know that.
This is
I
just a
hope
warning
we
to
bleep
you
that.
Trumpers. Be careful. Walk lightly. And for those of you who are soldiers, make them pay.
I will go and take Trump out tonight.
Make them pay.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you will pay the price.
Donald Trump, I think you need to go back and punch him in the face.
That I thought he should have punched him in the face.
I feel like punching him.
They are violent and they are vulgar at the same time. I hope we got that one little S-bomb.
We dumped it.
Oh, good. Very good. You guys are so nimble. I have to take a break. Just so you know, it really is from all those people on the left. Although the first guy who said you got to put a bullet in Donald Trump, that was Rick Wilson, and he claims to be a Republican from the Lincoln Project, but he's not a Republican. We'll come back and wrap up today's show and get you ready for Zioli. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. All right, we're past Labor Day, but at United Tire and Service, there is still reason to celebrate thanks to their end of summer sales event. Now through September 16th, BF Goodrich is offering a $100 rebate, and United Tire is doubling it with $100 in instant savings on any 4 BF Goodrich passenger or light truck tires. That's $200 in savings. Hurry to your locally owned United Tire and Service location or get yourself to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 2:52 on this Monday. Mike Opelka in for Dom today. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Zioli waiting in the wings, getting ready to take you through to 7 o'clock, as he does every day. But, you know, not including Fridays, just because we all know it's okay. Plus, it helps me out because I get the chance to fill in for him. I wanted to get to one other question. Who will replace Charlie Kirk? Who is going to be the next Charlie Kirk? My buddy, Representative Byron Donalds from Florida, was talking about just that on Fox this weekend.
Charlie led the revival of conservatism amongst young people in this country. I truly do not believe that the conservative movement and the Republican Party would be as successful as it is today without the impact of Charlie Kirk. You're talking about an individual who's a one of one. You're not going to get another Charlie Kirk. I think a lot of people are going to try to take up the mantle, and we should honor his legacy. But you have somebody who had deep faith, who believed that they were placed on this earth for a reason and a purpose, and committed his entire life to reaching young people to talk about conservative policy, conservative values, Judeo-Christian values, and an appreciation of Western civilization here in the United States on college campuses, something that was being left out of the debate and out of the discussion on these campuses and even in these high schools. And Charlie committed his life to touching young people and to literally creating a turning point in the United States of America. You're not going to replace him. What we can do is honor his legacy and pick up the mantle that he's left for all of us.
I think Byron Donalds gets it. And one of the things that Byron talked about there has been overlooked in what Charlie Kirk was doing, and that is the support for Western civilization, for Western culture. What we have seen happening all across Europe and in select parts of this country is the denial of Western culture to the point of overwhelming it. If you're paying attention to what's happening in the UK and in Ireland and in Sweden and in some cases in parts of France, there has been an Islamic quiet revolution that will overwhelm all of those countries and maybe taking them over sooner than anyone even anticipated. And it's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, and believe it or not, in parts of Texas like Houston. And unless and until we stand up and protect Western civilization and Western culture, we'll lose it. Charlie was one of one, a generational talent. We'll mourn his loss, and we hope to continue his legacy. I know that sounds heavy, but it is what we have to do. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, all of you who listened. Zioli is next. It's Opelka reminding you, testudo, my friends. Testudo.